Awesome. I'd like to bring this meeting to order. I'm going to ask Reverend Alderman Lowe Davis to please do the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
I know that you all are aware that this has been a time for animal blessings, and there's a reason for that. This is the month of St. Francis. And of course, St. Francis of Assisi was in many ways a friend of animals, but also a saint who valued peace, understanding, and love. And there is a beautiful prayer that is attributed to St. Francis, and I would like to make that our invocation. Let us pray. Lord, make us instruments of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is discord, union. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Grant that we may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I am going to ask for the indulgence of the board, if, unless there's an objection, that we do the city resolution before we do public comment. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. With that, I'm going to ask Alderman Mosteller to join me at the podium. This was initiated by Alderman Mosteller, this memorandum on mental health. So if she'd be so kind to meet me there.
On behalf of this resolution, on behalf of our community, this resolution recognizes the victims, their families, and everyone affected by this senseless act that occurred in our city on September 27th. It calls on our state and federal leaders to expand mental health services for veterans and individuals in crisis, and it urges consideration of common sense prevention measures such as extreme risk protection orders, which would allow family members or law enforcement to intervene when someone poses a danger to themselves or others. We now know that the individual responsible for this tragedy in our community was known to have serious issues by family, friends, and local law enforcement, but there was no help, no support network, and no legal means to intervene. By adopting this resolution, we send a clear message. Southport stands for care, prevention, and community safety. We honor those we've lost, support those who are healing, and commit ourselves to building a future where every person has access to help and to hope.
This is a resolution in support of expanded mental health services for veterans and individuals in crisis, and the implementation of the common sense prevention measures that provide for public safety. Whereas on September 27th, 2025, the city of Southport was shaken by a tragic act of violence that resulted in the loss of life, injuries, and deep trauma for victims, families, and the broader community. And whereas Southport residents have shown extraordinary compassion, unity, and strength in response to the tragedy, reaffirming our shared commitment to protect and care for one another. And whereas mental health challenges, especially those facing veterans, first responders, and others in crisis, often go untreated due to stigma, lack of resources, or limited access to care. And whereas veterans carry unique burdens related to their service, including post-traumatic stress depression, and deserve timely, affordable, and effective mental health support. And whereas across North Carolina, communities are struggling to meet the growing behavioral health needs, leaving many individuals and families without critical resources that could prevent crisis before they escalate. And whereas encouraging common sense prevention measures like the extreme risk protection orders, which allow family members or law enforcement to intervene when someone poses a risk to themselves or others by providing a reasonable legal process to temporarily remove firearms from individuals who present a danger to themselves or others, saving lives while respecting due process and public safety. And whereas addressing violence requires comprehensive approach that includes compassion, prevention, early intervention, and collaboration among health professionals, law enforcement, families, and the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Southport, North Carolina, that the City of Southport calls upon our state and federal legislators to prioritize and expand funding for mental health services for veterans and individuals in crisis. That the Board of Aldermen urges the Governor of North Carolina, the North Carolina General Assembly, and the United States Congress to enact common sense prevention measures like extreme risk protection orders that empower family members and law enforcement to intervene when someone poses a risk to themselves or others. That the City of Southport reaffirms its commitment to the well-being, safety, and dignity of all residents and stands in solidarity with every family and community affected by mental health struggles and violence. That copies of this resolution be forwarded to the Governor of North Carolina, members of the North Carolina General Assembly representing Brunswick County, and the United States Congressional Delegation serving our region. Adopted this 9th day of October, 2025 by the Board of Aldermen of the City of Southport, North Carolina. I just want to take a moment to thank Alderman Mosteller for bringing this to our attention and making sure that it got done. I have 30 years of law enforcement experience, and during that period of time, we had many cases where we had to intervene with mental health people. Where I came from, we actually had a law that allowed us to involuntarily commit people. Immediately thereafter, you had to go before a specialist to make sure that you were doing it correctly. The next business day, you did something, you went to a special judge, not just a lower court judge. But the problem there is, as it is across this country, there's no place to take them. There's no long-term plan. There's no education for the families to understand what the rules are and how they might be able to bring help to people. So this has to be a multifaceted project. We saw the governor stand right where my chair is the other day, and he talked about this issue, and the Board of Aldermen are in support of that measure. And I thank you. Madam Clerk, are we ready? I'm sorry. Entertain a motion to go into public comment. There's a motion and a second. Is there any comment? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I know. It's unanimous. We're in public comment. Madam Clerk?
Larry Ashley.
Oh, I think I was first.
Thank
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Board of Aldermen. Thank you for that resolution, and I hope that the actions will go louder and longer than the words. I can't imagine how many communities have done this sort of a resolution throughout the United States, and we're all waiting. And as a military veteran and a daughter that is also a military veteran that uses the VA and goes through some of the things that I've seen, yeah, you're absolutely right. We don't have the facilities. We should have the facilities. We should have the places. We should have the actions that our veterans deserve to be taken care of. They've served our country. It's time for us to serve them. I won't take long. I know you've got a really busy agenda tonight, so I just want to come up and speak really quickly on the comprehensive plan and the special events, bed and breakfast, and the UDO articles, as well as the courthouse. The planning board, city staff, and others, particularly the city on the comprehensive plan, has done an awful lot of work over the past 2 years in the 300 plus pages that you guys had to read through. It shows. I would hope that tonight you've got a very willing and able planning board of very dedicated volunteers that are willing and ready to hit this. They're already asking, when are we going to start doing some of this work? So I would ask tonight that if you don't have the opposition, if you don't have the questions that don't get answered, if you really just don't put this off, vote tonight on all of these. Get it done so we can get our job done and get it going. We're already talking about, with Mo and I have met on what we can do starting next year. The mayor just recently asked for a list of all of our possible text amendments. I'm hoping that you're all doing the same as well. So we're looking at starting right away, but we need your vote so that we can actually start. With respect to the courthouse, so I would ask you, please vote on these tonight. With regard to the courthouse, as you know, Monday morning I came in here and suggested that we have a courthouse building committee because it's going to be a police station, it's going to be an alderman quarters or chambers rather. It's going to be used by citizens. It's a historic building. That 866 is just a drop in the bucket. I will be very surprised if ultimately the design work doesn't go higher than that 866. We also know that it's going to be a very expensive building, and we really need to have a building committee so that you have input from all the citizens. So I would appreciate that you would consider that, as I said on Monday. So thank you very much for listening. And it's Larry Ashley, 637 Wild Rose Way. Thank you.
Mr. Did you want to comment now, or do you want to wait to the public comment for your comp plan? You want to do it now? Okay.
Thank you, Karen. Good evening. I'm Sue Hodgen, residing at 608 Cottage Point Way. I'm proud to be part of the citizenry of Southport at this particular moment in time, and for the 13 years in which we've lived here. Who knew that we would become a statistic, that we would be a location where families, employees, friends would have their lives changed forever? We all remember where we were on September 11th, 2001, and now we'll remember where we were Saturday night, September 27th. God bless those families. God bless us all, and help us navigate these previously uncharted waters. We cannot simply carry on with our lives because we know that so many cannot. I come to you today in appreciation of coming to the end, I hope, of the long task of revising our city's comprehensive planning and the land use plan. I'm hoping that positive action will be taken to adopt Southport 2050. Even though some would say that these comprehensive plans are simply marking off a checkbox, that we've reviewed and updated it, there are many of us who've spent time at public input meetings, planning board, and this body's meetings discussing the updates being proposed in the document. As we went through the process, I was pleased to see the citizenry that engaged and all the official entities agree that we should not and have not changed the core value that we respect our coastal and maritime heritage, and that we want to protect the heritage and feel of our small town. As city staff, the planning board, and this body work on items and projects meant to be for the betterment of the whole of Southport, The work is held to city ordinance, the UDO, and the comprehensive plan. I ask that you cement the city's commitment to what the citizenry has made clear that it wants. Plan for what's best for Southport, protect our valued heritage, and prize what our town shows to visitors, what so many long for, a glimpse of how it used to be. I see that the joint meeting with the Historic Preservation Commission has now been rescheduled for October 15. I hope that this meeting will be as productive as the many prior commission meetings that have been, so that these guidelines can be adopted at this body's next meeting or tonight as a reflection of our commitment to the values in the comprehensive plan, that we do indeed care about our small town heritage. For the citizens who are fortunate enough to live in one of the beautiful homes in the designated district, I thank you for the care and love that you've put into your homes. I wish I had been fortunate to have acquired one of these homes many years ago. I can assure everyone that we also would have lovingly put in the appropriate attention into such a structure. All of you should be applauded for your efforts and your beautiful homes. Everyone that moves to Southport in the future, however, may not have that same level of love and care, and that is why I support getting these guidelines into place and assuring protection of this area. One other concern pertains to the contract estimate for the architectural design work for the historic courthouse. How can we negotiate down a contract estimate, originally $1.3 million, to $866,000 without giving up services included in the original quote? When I have questions, I find a subject matter expert. One engineer with whom I've spoken handled building and engineering contracts for over 43 years and has opined that it will be difficult, if not impossible, to cut $500,000 out of this size quote without giving up quite a bit of original services. To take out $500,000 in value engineering is almost unfathomable. Yes, you can take some monies by downgrading materials and equipment, termed value engineering. However, it doesn't pass the smell test. And finally, the last couple days' media melee leads me to say that there are probably many in this room, and possibly some at the table, glad that this is the last alderman's meeting before the election. Even though, to quote an alderman at a previous meeting, I have this mic and there are lots of things I would like to say. I won't, except to say the truth always wins. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Kevin Lachlan.
I live at 209 North Lord Street. And first, Karen and the board, Mayor, I think it's highly commendable what you did tonight with regard to that resolution. It's obviously necessary. Our family unfortunately experienced some of it because it was my son-in-law's brother-in-law, Solomon Banjo, that was one of the men killed that night. So it struck when we got the phone call that night. And it was hard for the wife because she was covered in blood and brain matter. She had to go to the Airbnb and bathe. And her only friend, the couple they came with, had to go to the hospital because he was one of the wounded. So they called us and said, do you know anybody? And we called friends that went and sat with her for 6 hours till her family could come visit. And I can tell you from conversations with our son-in-law, the family is very appreciative of what this city has done, not only that night, but since then. So it's a heartfelt thanks from them. Now, we've heard tonight about the UDO, the comprehensive plan. And to me, everything we do comes down to transparency. And that involves the truth. And we're in the middle of and as someone said, they can't wait till this election is over. the electoral process is not where it should be in this town. And as part of the change, not only to the UDO, the comprehensive plan, but as to the future elections, we, you, the board, we, the citizens, have to do something that prevents untruthful and false innuendos that because they do not equal reliable government for the people. Now, there's a lot going on now. The mayor's aware of it, the board's aware of it, most of the citizens about the article in the newspaper, the Port City Daily about an alleyway. Now, to those, to the naked eye that don't follow politics and you just read something, you wonder why. And so I asked Mo, I said, how many alleyways are there in the city of Southport that fall within that category? There's at least 6 others. So then why was the alleyway of the Haddons picked out to be discussed in executive session, to be submitted to an attorney when that alleyway hasn't existed for over 95 years? There is no alleyway. There's a house built where it once was, probably 100 years ago, and a 100-year-old tree. So any statements by any citizen that that was used daily by any business is false because it doesn't exist. What people would do is there's an adjacent property and they would drive through the adjacent property. And in fact, the alleged once 100-year-ago alleyway, if you follow it, the state store has buildings on it, this liquor store. So I just hope in the future that people will not pick things for what I view as political gain or an attempt at political assassination. We're better than that. Everyone on that panel in front of me, the Board of Aldermen, you're all better. Win on the merits, win on the truth. Let the people decide who is the best candidate, whether it's alderman, mayor, based upon facts, not innuendos. You don't make comments at meet and greets. I've had phone calls from people saying that certain comments were made about the mayor's wife that weren't true. Why are you talking about someone's wife when you're running against an opponent? You don't. Right? I know you wouldn't want someone talking about your wife. Same thing with Mark. But you would not want people talking about your children in an ill way. It's off. There's certain things that are off limits. And it's funny because when I heard this, and I know there was interest on whether or not I was moving, whether I think there was supposed to be something on the agenda a while ago, potential or anticipated opening. Yes, my house is for sale, but we're looking to buy a small condominium down by the waterfront. So it's our intent to try to sell our house and then have the small condominium and the home down at another location. So that's why, as I talked to Noah, that as soon as we know what's what, you will get a letter if I'm not going to be here. I promise you, I'll call you and get you the email the same day. But we're less than 30 days before election. So what, so again, let's not create innuendos and falsehoods in the public domain for voting advantage. It's not appropriate. And if I do indeed retire, quote, resign from the planning board, I'm going to be, I'm always fascinated. And this is the first time I've been involved with city government, being on the vice chair for the planning board. And I absolutely enjoyed every minute of it. Enjoyed working with Frank, Rebecca, everyone on this board. I've learned something from by watching, observing, and it's been a privilege. But so I said, what will I do? My wife said, what are you going to do with your spare time? I said, well, I know you don't want me in your hair, so I'll find something to do. And so I was in contact with the Board of Elections for Brunswick County, Democracy, North Carolina, and I asked, where are the guidelines for conduct by electoral candidates? You have the code that talks about contributions and other thing, but where do we have a code that talks about what can be said and not said? We all know the First Amendment says unless there's actual malice, you can basically lie. But we're better than that. And we have codes for the board. We have a code of ethics for the aldermen. And once I'm done, I want to investigate whether or not it's possible by working with Rayborn and Miller, is there a code of ethics that should apply when you're running for electoral office? Because based upon what's occurred in the last 30 days, we need it. Be that said, I appreciate you giving me the time. Again, Frank, Rebecca, it's been a privilege dealing with you all on the planning board. And I'm not saying I know all, but just think about what I've said, pros and cons. You're all smart. You all have great common sense. And Mark, you've been here forever. You know everybody. You've known all the issues. And ask yourself, was 15 years ago, is this the way elections were done? Or has it changed for the best or for the worse? Thank you, folks.
Mr. Mann, you want to speak at the public hearing on the bed and breakfast? Okay. Dickie, you're wanting to wait till the public hearing? Yep, okay. Ms. Humphries, you're waiting till the public hearing? Okay, you want to do it now? Okay.
This is a short comment regarding the UDO. I hope we use logic in categorizing tattoo parlors. If the past category of heavy industrial has been wiped out with the dissolution of the ETJ in July of 2024, then logically, the next category down would be light industrial or highway commercial, not business district beside hotels or retail. So let's be logical and use highway commercial. I urge you to be logical. Thank you.
Miss Bonnie Bray?
Hi, Bonnie Bray, 515 Quartermaster Drive in Southport. I appeared before you on Monday to offer a critique of the HDR contract for architectural services to renovate the old courthouse for the police department and Alderman chambers. My intention was later mischaracterized as undermining the Alderman's decision to reject the proposed art center. That couldn't be further from the truth. So I'm going to try again. I stated, and I will restate again now, that I think our police need a brand new headquarters. I don't think it's suitable to put them in the old courthouse. Whatever happens to the old courthouse has nothing to do with this statement. I think, and at one point, the building a new police station was considered, but I think it was rejected based on the cost, which was at the time this was back last spring, 8.4 million. So what we have now is it's partly about the HDR contract, but it's also about the wisdom of how we get from here to getting our police adequately taken care of, something along the lines of the fire department, which has a newish building that's good for the next 40 years. And as I said on Monday, according to Mosley Architects, the police could probably, it's doable to put them in the courthouse, but then they're only going to be there, they're going to outgrow it in 7 years. I think they're going to outgrow it before then, but this is the city had a contract with Mosley, and this was the contractor's, the consultant's opinion that it was going to be good for 7 years. So we still don't have any, sorry, let me start over. The HDR contract kind of forces the issue. What we have now, what you're going to be deliberating on tonight is an $866,000 contract for architectural services for a building that the police are going to not be in 7 years after it's built. And in order to get, and everybody admits that we don't have this $5 million coming from Raleigh. At this point, we don't have any grants. We have nothing. Basically, we're starting from scratch. The other thing we don't have is costs for what this building under, not Mosley, but HDR. We have no idea how much it's going to cost. So I believe Noah put together and Joey put together some information about financing the cost of building this building. They're starting at a loan of $8 million. So here we are back again. That's what the new building was going to cost, 8.4 million. So what we have to reshape these numbers a little bit, we're looking at financing for $8 million for either 15 years at a cost of 10.8 million when you add the construction costs and services, architects, all the entire cost of the building, plus the cost to borrow the money for 15 years, that gets us up to $10.8 million. And at that point, at the end of that loan, that's for a 15-year term, sorry. So out of 15 years, we've got the police in there for 7 years, and we have another 8 years that of this 15-year loan term that the building's going to be empty, or we're going to be adding, borrowing more money to put something else there to retrofit it for a different city service. So, we've got, we're looking at the 15-year term, we've got, every year at $720,000. So for 3 years I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I did it on a 10-year. Anyway, I did the math wrong. But anyway, if we forget how much it costs per year and how many years we're going to be paying for this loan with no police in the building. So if we borrow, it's a little bit less expensive. That's $720,000 a year, just the debt package, not the police department, just the debt package. Then if we finance it for 20 years, that is $609,000 a year, but the police are only in there for 7 years. So we've got 13 years of paying $690,000 a year for what? We don't know. We don't have a plan. We don't know what's going to happen after the police outgrow it. There's just, you haven't even talked about that. They are going to outgrow it at some point. So I think part of the discussion you have as far as borrowing money, a lot of it, to pay for a building that is not going to be a 40-year building like the fire department has. I think we owe it to our police department to give them at least 40 years because they've spent the last 40 years wandering around from building to building, and this doesn't change that. This is not suitable. What would be suitable is a brand new building. And I think that your time would be better spent on seriously considering that instead of just rejecting it because it costs too much. Instead, now we have an architectural contract that you all are going to vote on to pay tonight. It looks like just to get to construction drawings, the city has to pay $593,000. $593,000 to get to the point of sending the contract out to be bid, to find out how much the building is going to cost to renovate. So we're on the hook for almost $600,000 right off the bat. Then after that, once there are other fees for the architects, it's a total, including reimbursable expenses, of $866,000. That's a lot of money, $600,000 of which is spent. And if it costs too much to build, or if the police department by that time they're going to add officers. Chief Coring is looking at adding 2 or 3 officers next year. That was talked about during budget season. We've got 6 officers at the feasibility study for Indigo originally, which said another 6 officers. We've got a good crew now. It's just the math is not there. This has, again, I will say this has nothing to do with the Arts Center, has everything to do with the wisdom of what you're considering doing tonight. One more thing about the HDR contract. I think the 866,000 is just the beginning. There are 13 separate supplemental services that are not provided with this HDR contract. That means the city is on the hook for all geotechnical and civil engineering costs, site evaluation and planning, landscape design, cost estimating, and multiple bid packages. There are no furnishings or equipment design in this architectural services proposal. So the city is going to have to pay for those to get the building done on top of the construction cost, well, the architectural services, 866,000. I hope that you delay making a decision tonight until you can figure out how to get a handle on the costs of the building instead of diving into, at the minimum commitment of $600,000, getting just to construction drawings, at which point you'll get a real bid from contractors. But at this point, there's not even a guess of how much this building is going to cost for HDR to plans to renovate it. So I think that's a beginning place. You need to know how much the building is going to cost because, I mean, that's what you do when you're building something. So as an example, and I run the risk of talking about the Arts Center again, but I was intimately involved with that. The architectural fees to renovate that building and turn it into an arts center for a $5 million construction budget was $68,000. Is 2% of the construction cost. Obviously, the police need a lot more things inside the building than an art center needs. But just to give you, just for comparison, 2% of construction costs for an art center, and this is, I believe, HDR's contract, is 17% of Mosley's cost. At the very least, we need to know what HDR estimates the building is going to cost to renovate so that we can gauge whether this is the right architect for us. We know nothing really. They made a good presentation. I'm sure they're competent. I'm not saying there's anything, I'm not saying reject it. Just know more than you currently know. Please, it's our money. Thank you.
That's all I have for now.
I then will entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Comments on public
We can do it this way. I'm going to retract that just for a second. I'm going to go to the board comments first. I'm going to start with Alderman Mosteller. Yep. Do you have the latest one?
I must not have, no, I didn't, but I'm
Okay.
not prepared.
Frank, do you have any comments to make?
And thank you for that, Alderman Mosteller and Mayor, for your comments to begin with. North Carolina used to be a leader in mental health. If you're as old as me, you can remember Dix Hill, you can remember Cherry Hospital, where people that had these types of problems could go to get help. That sometimes in the 80s or whatever just disappeared. Those people were mainstreamed. It's a travesty what we're doing for people that have mental health issues. I mean, it's not right. We do not take care of particularly our veterans. They put their life on their line for us. They come home and it's like heck with them. That's absolutely ridiculous. We've got to do something there. Thank you.
Alderman Spencer. Alderman Kelly.
Just a couple things. If we're talking about the, just in response to what we were just talking about, it was my understanding based on our conversation on Monday that the HDR contract, $350,000 would take us to the construction drawings. Was that correct? Okay, that's what I remembered from Monday. And then I also remember that one of the things that was removed from the contract in order to help negotiate it down was the furniture design package. Is that correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't misunderstand that. I think that was it. And then Mr. Loughlin, if you could please convey, I speak for myself, but I'm sure I speak for the board as well, our condolences to the family. We would really appreciate that.
Alderman Davis.
We'll have some questions during the UDO part, but I do want to say a couple of things. I'd love to vote tonight on some things, but we've made a commitment as a board to not vote the same night that we have a public hearing because we need time to absorb what the public has said. Sometimes we have because there's been no public comment. There's been apparently no conflict, no controversy over an issue, but mainly we don't do that because, I know that all this board listen to people, take notes, and think about what's been said, and in many cases, try to get back to people and find out more. Sometimes I don't quite understand where somebody's going with their public comment, so I'll try to find out. But these are really, the comprehensive plan is very important. And to vote on the same night that we have the hearing, I think is wrong. Now, wait, we probably won't have any comment on it. But at any rate, I just want to remind everybody that we don't normally vote on the same night that we have a public hearing. Also, wanted to ask a question. Does anybody on this board know anything about any plan to widen Stewart Avenue and 12th Street to 4 lanes? I see no light bulbs going on over anybody's head. Do you know?
Well, if you were to read social media, apparently I have developed this plan and am pushing forward with it, which of course is ludicrous because one, even there's no reason to do it, and two, there's no money to do it, and we have 14,000 other things that are more important than that. But that's just a social media post.
Okay, yeah, I have seen that, and I thought, hey, wait, my first thought was, how would we pay for it? Because street work is incredibly expensive. And then, why would we do this? It would
I used
simply
to-
encourage
I used to live
traffic
on
and money.
Stewart. I would have a big problem with that.
Yeah, I think we all would. I just wanted to be sure this had not been talked about. It hasn't been in public comment or anything. Okay, so that's settled. And finally, I do want to say, this board doesn't make decisions just willy-nilly without information. We're not just diving into anything. Thanks to staff, we have a great deal of information before we make a decision. And I tremendously appreciate what staff does to get us fully up to speed before we make a big decision. That's it from me.
I just want to play a little bit off of what you, Alderman Davis said about voting the same night. I think that if there's something that's not being pushed, we don't have a lot of pushback about, and we don't need to continue to deliberate. We waste staff time. They have to prepare for every one of our meetings. I think it's really not efficient use. And something, like I said, I don't know about the comprehensive plan, who's going to say what tonight, but this comprehensive plan has been discussed infinitum in public hearings and different things. Correct me if I'm wrong, city manager. So some of these things and the text amendments we're going to consider tonight, some of them are stopgap measures for having lost the ETJ, and we might not, if people, we may want to do parts of them or whatever. I've got a modification for one of them myself. But I would like us to just consider these situations where we could go ahead and move things forward.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we came out of public comment. I make a motion to move out of public comment or close public comment.
I thought we did that. Yeah. Didn't we? I'm sorry. I apologize. I entertain a motion to come out of public comment.
So moved.
Any comments on that? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. So now we're at the mayor's comments. We've been over the courthouse 100 times. We go in great detail into the numbers. You can't make the numbers up just because you want to make the numbers up. They are what they are. We had extensive conversations with the chief of police who knows about that building. We had extensive conversations with the police chief because he knows the police department was in there at one time. There's more, I don't know, there's like 3 or 4 times the amount of room that he has now. And in a perfect world, and with all the money, brand new police department might be in order. But at some point, you have to decide about the finances of the city. And we're not the federal government. We don't print the money. So we have to figure out how to do that. The architectural design is more than the architectural design. If in the document, it clearly says what it entitles. It is a drawing. It is the engineering study to make sure the second floor doesn't fall down on the first floor when we put 200 people up there. It is about overseeing the entire project. They're going to oversee the project for us. But also our stopgap on that is our civil engineer, who's totally vested in making sure that building is correct because he just wants to do that. It also includes doing all the paperwork with the state and the historical people and the SHPA and everybody else that might have the paperwork done. There's also a provision in there where they're going to apply for, and they've identified the grants. They will apply for the grants, they will manage the grants, they will close the grants out. There's lots of other things in that project besides just doing an Etch-a-Sketch drawing and a block drawing like we've had before. So that's part of the process. The board unanimously voted to have that group picked, and they brought in a subject matter expert on contract with them to ensure that we retain the historical value of that building as much as we can, yet turn it into a facility not just for the Board of Aldermen, but for the Planning Board, for the Board of Adjustment, and all the other boards and committees to participate in. That means there's electronics, that means there's TV screens, that means there's things like that. How do you meld that into that beautiful room up there? How do you meld that into the 1844 floors that are going to be shined up and allowed to go forward? And that's part of all the projects. So I'm just throwing numbers out. We've done our numbers for the citizens. The second issue is, since we want to make a storyline out of this whole thing, how did we get to whatever we got to in reference a declaration of withdrawal? So on or about August 14th, I received a phone call from a businessman, and I went up to see him. And he told me about a situation that occurred that brought his attention to the alleyway. At which point he put in my hand a document, which I have a copy of here. It's a declaration of withdrawal. And I looked at that, and not knowing all the facts, and it's really immaterial what I thought might have been transpired, because I'm not the trier of fact. What I did see is that there appeared to me to be a lot more questions than there were answers. So I did not hide this document for several weeks under some kind of conspiracy. The very next day, I was in the office of the city manager, and we talked about it. And then we conversed with the city attorneys. And then we talked about such things as, do we own the alleyway? Is it even ours? Is this the proper function to be able to take an alleyway, parts of alleyways? Is this the way that you're supposed to do it? Not a subject matter expert on that. Nope. All I know is I had questions, because the underlying question that I had was, if somebody can do this, if this is all legal and proper and the way you should do it, the next day we should have the Oklahoma land rush to Bolivia. And anybody who lives next to an alleyway should file the same paperwork. They should file paperwork for anything that the city hasn't put a foot on in 15 years, whatever that may be. One person I was talking to who was watching the social media, he wanted to know if he could go and take the waterfront park. I told him I didn't think that's so true because I don't think we have ever abandoned that because we cut the grass and we are always on it. So we pay attention. So the board, this board has taken no action against anybody. They wanted to find the facts out. And once they found the facts out, they then voted in public unanimously. This is not as some might want to say some kind of conspiracy by Rich Ault. When I was given that document that day, I had about 4 sentences that I don't think any word in that sentence had more than 4 letters in it. Because I was so upset with this, the fact that I was given this. Because as I said to the baker, and as I said to this board, there's only one person they're going to come after when this comes out, and that's me. That somehow I searched out, as we just heard from that podium, searched out this alleyway, picked on this alleyway, tried to find some. I had nothing to do with it, except I took the document, I read it, and I brought it back. So if we're going to sit up here and make storylines like we're trying to end a legal case where the facts don't jive and you just make up storylines, we probably should consider that in part of your ethics story. This is cumbersome. This is an unfortunate issue, but the underlying issue is if it's good for one person, it's good for everybody in the city. And we have to figure that out. Is this, and it doesn't make any difference what Rich Ault thinks about it, because I'm not a subject matter expert in it. But we have to look at subject matter experts to figure out what we did. Now, the other gentleman who also filed a declaration of withdrawal, apparently on the same day, I can't figure that part out, for the same piece of land, I had nothing to do with. Alderman Carroll, are you on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Alderman Carroll brought that to our attention. Rich Ault never saw it, never knew about it. I saw it this week when it was sent to me by email. So I read it. I found it an interesting document based on the dates and times and stuff, but I didn't even bring it to the Board of Aldermen. Mr. Carroll did that part. So that's where we stand. Excuse me. That's where we stand on those two topics. It's awkward, but I have 40 years of integrity, and I'm not hiding anything. I don't care who you are. If it looks bad, I'm not running to the rafters. I'm not screaming it out on the street corner. I took due diligence and brought it to the manager, brought it to the attorney, and we brought it to the Board of Aldermen. Yes, ma'am, you can shake your head all day long and you can try to scowl me down for the next 3 hours, but that's what happened. And so we have to figure it out. And with that happy note, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is there any question? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Robert, are you there?
Yeah, I'll just hold off since it's, if I
I'm
don't say
sorry.
no, I'm a yes.
Unfortunately, a vote it has to be affirmative or negative.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So I will then, I'm sorry?
Alderman Carroll didn't get an opportunity to make the board comment.
Alderman Carroll, do you have something to say, sir, at this moment?
I'm good.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to read the ethics statement. If any members know of any conflict of interest or the appearance of conflict of interest concerning matters on the agenda, please so state at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I have a potential conflict with the special events at Bed and Breakfast text amendment. As I've mentioned before, I own a motel in the city of Southport and want to bring that to the board's attention.
City Attorney, do you see a conflict from this? You do. The city attorney is shaking his head, so it's a negative. I'm going to ask the board members, do they see any conflict with this? Okay. Since the city attorney does not think there's a conflict, since the entire board, Robert, your opinion?
I do not.
Okay. Since the entire board does not see a conflict, Alderman Kelly, you're free to vote and to discuss. All right, I will have, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation? Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mayor, I'm looking at is the resolution on the consent agenda? I'm looking at the wrong agenda. Okay.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Robert?
Aye.
It's unanimous. The first agenda item is the public hearing, so I'll entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So move.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation? Not hearing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We are now into the public hearing on the Southport 2050 Comprehensive Camera Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. This evening, our first public hearing is for the Southport 2050 Comprehensive Plan. As you know, that we kicked this off in January of 2024, so we're very excited to be here after hearing from the input from the public and offering adequate time for people to review and offer comments. Staff has also submitted this plan to the Division of Coastal Management for their comments and approval. That was approved by the Division of Coastal Management. Then we are now able to have our public hearing for adoption. The Planning Board was presented this plan at their August 21st meeting, and they also recommend adoption of the plan. At this time, I would like to have Jake Petrosky with Stewart Consultants come up. He is going to provide our final presentation of the plan, and then we will be available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. Jake Petrosky with Stewart. Happy to be here and just provide an overview and some highlights from the comprehensive plan. As you can imagine, it's really difficult to convey everything that has went into this plan, including a substantial amount of effort from the planning board and steering committee and you all and citizens and stakeholders in the city and staff as well. But I'll hit some highlights and happy to have a discussion of anything that you'd like. I'm just going to jump right in. I'll talk a little bit about introduction and the engagement and some highlights of the recommendations. The comprehensive land use plan, it is a long range planning document. We are looking 10 or 20 years out. You are required to update this plan periodically. So we're not going to go 20 years before you update it again, but we want to be thinking long term. And this is really meant to provide guidance for a number of things for the city on land uses and intensity and design of development, but also staff and how they spend their time, the time that they have to devote to certain special programs or projects. And then also infrastructure investment and services. This is meant to provide guidance in that. It is meant to be a collaborative process. This plan, if anything, it has documented a community conversation over the last year and a half or so, and provides a synthesis of goals and recommendations to achieve some of those goals. It is policy, it is not regulatory. It lays the groundwork for regulations, but it does not by itself amend any regulations. For instance, the UDO, you can implement lots of portions of this plan with your current UDO as written. However, There are some things within the Unified Development Ordinance that could be amended or changed to make it easier to implement parts of these plans. So that's an important point. So why are we doing this? There's a lot that has happened over the last year and a half. Between the 211 widening, Brunswick County and this whole area has grown significantly and continues to do so. I'm putting together a presentation for the NCAPA conference on a project that we did down in Georgetown County. But the whole US 17 corridor through North Carolina and South Carolina the growth is incredible. Over the last 20 years, there's been 500,000 people, 500,000 people that have moved to the counties along US 17. And Brunswick County has led the way. This map shows growth trends across the state, 21 to 22, and Brunswick was number one. Over the last 20 years, Brunswick County alone has grown by 30,000 people. If you look longer, from 1980, Brunswick has added 100,000 people. So, you all are in the crosshairs of development for a lot of reasons, a lot of things that make Southport special. People want to visit here, people want to live here. And there's other things that have happened along the way as well that lead us to need to plan and be proactive. The ETJ reversal by the legislature that has taken some powers away from the city and made it really important for us to think proactively about what we can do to manage growth within the city and nearby. And some of those recommendations are in this plan. The waterway development and just everything that's going on in and around the city leads to the importance of this plan. Looking at engagement, it's important to just provide an overview. We did do a lot of engagement along with this plan, stakeholder interviews and focus groups, a community survey, nearly 600 people responded to that. Steering committee meetings, public meetings, social media. We had a photography contest and incorporated those photos into the plan. And I do think that we did a good job of facilitating that conversation and really appreciate everyone that participated in it. What we heard, downtown priorities, historic preservation, tree preservation and planting, seating areas and parking, some big things and little things that we can do and are recommended in this plan. We did some walking tours as well and around downtown. We talked about the character of the historic center of town, of city, and the historic neighborhoods. We talked about redevelopment opportunities on North Howe and needed public realm improvements. So how we can use right of way to address pedestrian safety and comfort and add more parking. We talked about the waterfront and yacht basin issues as well. From the survey, some of the main themes that came out of that was what people value about Southport, and the fact that we are a historic coastal community, quiet and have a lot of small town charm. The waterfront, the restaurants, the shops and businesses, but the slow and safe and friendly places, which we want to see continue into the future. And when we look at the big issues overall, some of these issues like growth management and environmental protection, these aren't necessarily new issues. And if you read Old Man and a Boy in the 20s, Southport was wrestling with some of these same issues. The fact that there was tourism that was, really had its crosshairs on the city and on the coast. The fact that it was harder and harder to find fallow fields to hunt quail and that sort of thing. So this has been happening for a number of years and it's something that we need to continue to address proactively. But increased tax base, traffic management, infrastructure upgrades, emergency services and public safety and parking, all these things are big issues that we need to think about and have recommendations for in the plan. Some of the recommendations in the plan on future land use and other topics I'll just jump into those. The future land use map is meant to guide the form of development, the design of development, the intensity of development, and rezoning decisions as well. It recognizes residential and non-residential character in different areas of the city. I think better than the last plan, and hopefully will provide some direction for those development decisions going forward, and potentially adjustments to zoning districts. It has 4 different areas to accommodate different scales of non-residential uses, and it really seeks to manage growth and encourage conservation design in environmentally sensitive areas as well, which is a key tenet of smart growth. Economic development. The plan does emphasize investment in core areas of the city, downtown and midtown, and our gateway, facilitating and encouraging local jobs to attract and retain young families, and support for tourism, and potentially looking at other ways to leverage tourism as well. This map on the right shows value per acre for the city. The red areas are properties that approach and exceed $4 million per acre. So investment in our core is a good business decision because that is where a lot of our tax revenues are concentrated as well. Housing, we talked a lot about housing, and some things in your current UDO are really good and really support the preservation of character. There's also some things that you might want to look at and consider and in order to address some of the character issues, but also allow some different housing types in key areas while maintaining character. That was really the goal with this. So looking at your attached residential standards, looking at allowing some additional housing types with conditions or through conditional approval, considering allowances for accessory dwelling units, but pairing that with built upon area caps so we don't create too many stormwater issues, and then coordinating with nonprofits and other entities to develop affordable housing units, specifically units targeted for police, fire, seniors, veterans, or teachers is something that we see, not necessarily big projects or big complexes, but those public workers certainly are finding it more and more difficult to live in and around Southport. Parks, your park system is an incredible asset for a city of your size. And this plan makes some recommendations about some priorities in terms of maintenance, but also looking forward. Improved connections between parks is emphasized, along with some next steps, prioritizing accessibility improvements and adherence to ADA regulations, enhancing the East Coast Greenway route that traverses through the city, but it does not necessarily result in the most comfortable path. There could be a better path long-term that could also add value and add transportation options to some other neighborhoods. Planning for Stevens Park in the future and continuing to improve the waterfront and City Dock. From a transportation perspective, access management on main corridors is going to be important. Encouraging walkable forms of development, including compact mixed use in certain areas. Some utilizing rights of way for stormwater management, sidewalks, street trees, and parking. Some key bike ped improvements, including some sidewalk connections. There's a priority list of sidewalk and greenway connections in the plan and a map, looking at bicycle and golf cart parking to have more modes utilized. Bikes and golf carts take up a lot less space than cars, so it will have benefits there when it comes to parking. And improve crossings and really looking at North Howe to determine the future of that roadway and making it feel more like downtown, more like Southport, a little bit farther up. Historic preservation came up a lot in the survey and all the public engagement that we did. The plan does recommend looking at a local historic district and local landmark designations, pursuing a certified local government status so you can go after grants. and raising awareness for local Black and African American history through events, educational signage, and recognition, and then also telling Southport's story through community activities, education, and signage. There's a lot of benefits of a local district. I know this is not the meeting that y'all are talking about that, but just wanted to convey local designation does encourage reinvestment while protecting that architectural and historic character. It also has design standards and guidelines that result in higher quality renovations. And it has been found that local districts result in a positive influence on property values long term. Yeah, that's that quote there. The other thing I'll just say is we do have a National Register district in Southport, but it does not convey any protections. And if you look at trends, you know, this is a picture of East Bay Street and then a picture of a new home on the Outer Banks. There's a lot of pressure to develop large scale, even single family homes that are out of character in a lot of places. And if we look at even looking at past trends of 1 to 2 homes per year, you have about 400 historic structures in the core area of the historic district in Southport. If we look 25 years out, we could lose 50 homes. A little bit farther, we could be looking at a quarter or even more of the structures lost if we don't take proactive measures. So that's something to think about as we move forward. This slide's really messed up. The resiliency. Yeah. A couple of things that we were looking at in terms of resiliency is, how to improve your rating system, how to protect critical assets, dealing with stormwater and dealing with flooding, and being proactive about those sorts of things. The yacht basin, we have some recommendations in there about designating the yacht basin as an urban waterfront. Bay Street and waterfront and downtown master plan, you have an incredible amount of waterfront access, and the public spaces in around downtown, waterfront, and Bay Street into the yacht basin are really critical to the city. So making sure that we think long term about those. Historical signage and markers, height limitations for new development, and parking in some areas, and beautification. And then looking at long-term solutions that may include boardwalks and parking solutions for the yacht basin. Infrastructure and services, we talk a lot about in this plan document, police, fire, EMS. We met with all those departments and have documented their needs. I know it's rapidly evolving and they're significant, but it's something that it needs to be front and center in terms of looking forward. Stormwater system enhancements, you have a lot of needs there. Coordination on utilities with the county, and maintaining and improving those emergency response capabilities to deal with the increase in day visitors and then also residents. Implementation, there is a section on the plan on implementation that tries to distill the recommendations in a couple key areas. Zoning code updates are talked about, coordination with Brunswick County on what happens beyond the city limits, on infrastructure as well, parks and conservation, a lot of opportunity there, a lot of recommendations in the plan related to that. Historic preservation, walkability and parking is emphasized in the implementation section, housing, and then also funding and budget. Long term, we have to think about fiscal implications of different development decisions, and that's something that we want to be proactive about. We did make some minor document updates. This is not something with the font. There were some minor updates related to comments from the board, formalizing a downtown master plan, some revising a couple statements that were in there, and then also related to future lane use, change the maximum height in Midtown to 35 feet, and mentioned that gable roofs should be encouraged, edited gateway descriptions a little bit, Put a call out on active street frontage, which is so important for kind of downtown vibrancy. Smart growth principles to emphasize those. Added Kingsley Park to a list of parks where some parking improvements are needed, and then reworded some other public access goals there. So that's again, a short overview of things, but happy to have a discussion and talk about anything you want to talk about, and you all can decide how to proceed.
Board members, do you have questions? Go ahead.
Couple. You mentioned during your presentation that there are some things in the UDO that could be amended to help us with the implementation. I know that there's an action matrix here. Does that include those items that you mentioned?
It does. It does.
Okay. Just wanted
yeah.
to make sure we actually got a list of that, not.
Yeah. And there's also a narrative that describes some of those things too, in
Okay,
kind of
so-
narrative format.
Thank you. And then with the height restriction in the Midtown District, what would the goal be for that?
Well, I think there is a general concern about the scale of development and how it's a really critical part of the character of Southport. And I think where that came from was exactly that, is making sure that we don't approve development that's too out of scale with existing development.
And then when we're looking at the maps that are on here, the property value per acre, is that just pulled from the county tax records? How did you get that?
It
those
is. It
numbers?
is. Yeah. Typically, I mean, the actual value is significantly more because that's just based on the tax parcel data. So as you can imagine, it lags behind quite a bit.
Other questions? Alderman Kelly, you took my question because I wanted to make sure this list was comprehensive that we have in front of us as we start that. What the list I'm talking about here is that I asked for the staff and the planning board and the aldermen and the citizens to send forth what they thought might be good UDO reviews, additions, removals, all of that stuff. Because I knew that it was going to be part of this plan, but I wanted to make sure we all got it together so this board can kind of rack and stack what they think is we should start looking at first, because if we gave the planning board all it needs to do at one time, that would be overwhelming. So we need to rack and stack that. So sometime in the near future, I'm going to be asking for a work session so we can look at that, but we'll get more information, more data to you so we can look at that whole thing. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the accessory dwellings being something that you would like to see in this plan with the restriction of the land, not the land use, the amount of permeable versus impermeable. Is that the metric that you're using there? Because at this point, we don't have that in place for the city.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we talked about that being something to look at. And there is I think you have some regulations to limit density in and around the core area. And are we doing that the right way? That's the kind of the question. In some cases, that the 10,000 square foot lot actually might be bigger than a lot of what's out there. You have a lot of like 7,500 square foot lots and that sort of thing. So you could relax some of those to be more appropriate and match development pattern, but then also implement an impervious surface coverage limitation. So you make sure that development is not building 100% of the lot and then causing stormwater runoff issues and that sort of thing. So that was one of the concerns that was brought up when we talk about accessory dwelling units. They're really great because they allow investment in someone's property. They add a little bit diversity of housing without changing the character of a neighborhood, right? You think about an ADU, it's off the street behind the house. You don't really see it. I mean, it could be a rental for a teacher or something. That's a lot more appropriate in a lot of historic neighborhoods than, say an apartment building, right? Like we're not recommending that, but there is a concern, ADUs might not be appropriate on every lot. If there's a lot of impervious surface on that lot, maybe that's, and it's very narrow and there's not really a lot of room for the water to percolate. Maybe that's not the best place for an ADU. So it would be allowing ADUs, but then having some performance-based criteria that make sure that you don't create more problems.
And is that spelled out with what you think the performance-based criteria would be, or is that one of the things that we would have to develop for our UDO going forward?
Well, I think you would need to look at, trends in terms of how much impervious surface coverage is, typical in this neighborhood and that sort of thing. So we didn't do that impervious surface study and all that, but that would be part of what should go into that, right in that regulation.
Okay. I think, and Mo, I think we did our first step towards that month before last. Not too long ago. So I think I just want to make sure we're trending in the right direction and with what our 2050 plan, our Southport 50 plan actually has, we're moving towards. Thank you.
Yeah, Tom Z, I think, is working on that second piece to the stormwater now.
Other questions? So for your stats there, just so you know, because these stats came out after you did this document, so it wasn't like you didn't catch it. The county has already approved, and my numbers are stale because they've approved more since I've got this number. They have approved 43,000 residential units already. And they will not give us any numbers on commercial establishments. There's a project that's being proposed up by Leland, not part of Leland, but by Leland, for 12,000 residential units alone. They all draw from the same water issue, and that's another whole different topic, that we're not going to have any water. But we are going to be faced with a lot of the crunch. I just want to make sure, I only saw one set. I've read this thing one time through, okay? And that's how I do. That's how my brain works. I read it one time through, and I go back and I read it for writing questions down. But I only saw one sentence in it that I interpreted to mean this is not the law. This is a guideline, so that when we're moving forward, somebody isn't holding this document up, that we might have missed something in the 350 pages, whatever it is, and so that we're not bound by it like it's the Bible. Am I correct in that?
You are correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a policy guidance. I think it provides good direction on a lot of topics.
Because the first time you said this is policy as opposed to policy guidance.
Yeah.
And that's why I was concerned about it. So I just want to make sure that somewhere in this document, when we go to vote, we have really specific language in there, because this would be a document that's not just for this board, but for all the future boards for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm.
And things change. And while they could change this document, it might not happen until after somebody's made a presentation. It went through the planning board. They missed it. We missed it. Everybody missed it to the very end. And now we're stuck saying, well, you can't do that because your comprehensive plan says you cannot do it. Yeah. In reality, if all agree, then you could do it.
Certainly.
Okay.
And it's not meant to be a static document either. I mean, it's, you all could amend it at any given time. If something changes and you want to change direction on something or clarify direction on something, that's suggested.
The role of the comprehensive plan is in the UDO and how it's utilized as a foundation, and that it's not in itself that.
Well, now we come up to the question of what do we do?
Well, first, I think
I'm sorry. Yes,
we
you're
have
right. We
to
have to
have
open a public hearing. So I'm going to open up I'm impatient. I'm sorry. We're opening up we've voted to open up the public hearing. So is there anybody who's here to speak on this topic? Yes, sir.
My name's Charles Drew. I live at 112 Park Avenue. I'd like to say thank you for confirming what I've been telling this board for the last 3 years about historic preservation. if we don't do something, we're going to be in a mess. And we're going to lose our quaint character in this town. He had a picture up today of exactly what could happen in our historic district. We have to pay attention to this. Out of all the meetings, the surveys, out of everything that went through, when I read the plan, I think historic preservation was in the top three concerns for citizens in this town. So I think that needs to be made note of. Thank you.
Is there anybody else here who's here to speak on the comprehensive plan? Not hearing any, I would entertain ending this portion of the public hearing. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? We're closed public hearing unanimously. The next one is another public hearing.
Well, I would like to make a motion to,
Okay.
if I could.
Yep.
A motion to adopt the 2050 Comprehensive CAMA Land Use Plan. You saw, we've been through meetings and CAMA's reviewed it. Everything's been done. It's just now to adopt it. And we had sent in lists of UDO updates that we wanted, and we've been waiting to adopt this because this lays the foundation for a lot of it. So
There's a motion and a second. Conversation.
Well, I'm going to having made my remarks about how we don't vote on the same day that we have a public hearing. I'm in favor of voting tonight because there is no controversy over this. It's been with us for 2 years? Yeah. And we've been hearing about it. And even though it's a 360-something page document, it's one that we've had in front of us for a while. I didn't hear anybody say anything against this. So I'm going to contradict myself and say, let's go ahead and vote.
Other comment?
I would just mention that the first 163 pages are really the only part that is for us to use as the guidance. The remaining portion of the document is the actual question answer and where we can actually review what the answers were, which I think is fantastic that we have the ability to actually see that. The only thing that I will bring up is the fact that I have had people concerned that our Southport 50 plan was done by the same people as our historic preservation plan, which could have been a conflict of interest for them to have put that at the top of the list. However, when we look at the answers to the questions that are almost 600 participants you can overwhelmingly see that the preservation and protection of historic sites and buildings was really among the top things that were important to the citizens. So it's important to note that. So I just wanted to bring that up as we're going through this.
Any other comments? All right, there's a motion on the floor and there's a second. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously.
You don't have to read anything else, Brady, or say anything else other than that.
We've been,
There's no consistency.
Okay.
we've been here for an hour and a half, and I'm going to ask that we take a 7-minute break, please. I'd like to call the meeting back into order. With that, I would entertain a motion to go into public hearing for the special events bed and breakfast text amendment.
So move.
There's a motion and a second. Any conversation? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in public hearing. Mo, are you doing this, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is a zoning text amendment, 2405 for special events, a bed and breakfast. This text amendment was first brought to you as a public hearing in May of this year for a text amendment that would bring a accessory use to the table of uses, establishing a special use for special event, and as an accessory use. The discussion was tabled until October 14th, where the new proposal was presented as we are seeing this evening. And after consultation with the attorney, it was determined that a new recommendation needed to be provided by the planning board and a new public hearing being held. So this is where we are this evening. The planning board recommended approval of the attached text amendment at their August 21st meeting. Oh, sorry. So this evening, you have before you the consideration of a new standard for bed and breakfasts. So this would remain a special use permit within the bed and breakfast category, and adding that special events such as weddings, dinners, and other small gatherings for the benefit of overnight guests are allowed. So the special event capacity shall not exceed the number of overnight guests registered at the bed and breakfast. So that would be your section 3.8C for bed and breakfast. And then the next amendment would be adding the definition of a special event to Article 8 for definitions. And that is activities held in venues wherein the event is secondary to the venue's primary land use. And its special events would include, but are not limited to, weddings, receptions, and dinners. So I would open it up for questions or just for the public hearing.
I'm going to open it up for the public. Is there anybody here who's speaking on that? Sir, if you would go up.
Hi, y'all. My name is John Mann. I live in 209 East Moore Street, and I own Carriage House Bed and Breakfast with Amy Coddens, who couldn't be here tonight. But first of all, I want to thank you guys in the beginning. As an ex-82nd Airborne paratrooper, I really appreciate kind of how you started the meeting and everything that went across. So I really appreciate that. So we're the proud owners of the Carriage House Inn. It's a 4-bedroom bed and breakfast in Southport, right across the street, and it accommodates up to 10 guests. I'm here to express my concern about the proposed amendment in the EDO in association with the establishment that would restrict specialized events such as weddings, dinners, and as you just heard, to only registered guests. To highlight and emphasize in proposed language being changed, it doesn't just regulate the events, it basically eliminates them. And let me explain why. Under this proposal, if I had one guest staying at the inn and they wanted to bring their parents over to celebrate a birthday party, they would not be able to attend because it's only for the guests and it's only for the registered guest. So I can have I can only have in this situation, I would only be able to have an event with one person. Additionally, if a local business wanted to hold a daytime board meeting with a few employees or management staff, but weren't staying at the inn, but wanted to use the facilities, they would be disallowed to do that because the language specifically states it's only for small gatherings that benefit the overnight guests only. These are not disruptive parties. They're modest, respectful gatherings that reflect the charm and warmth of Southport in a beautiful, serene atmosphere. And I'm going to first and foremost say the Carriage House Inn is not a commercial venue that was originally described during the original adjustment meeting. It's a historic home, lovingly maintained. It serves as a welcoming space for all needed families, couples, businesses, and professionals who come to Southport to celebrate life's special moments and professional events. These small events bring visitors who dine in our restaurants, shop in our stores, explore our town. They support local caterers, florists, photographers, and they create a ripple effect in the economy to benefit that touches many quarters of our community. Restricting events to overnight guests removes this opportunity. It discourages tourism-driven commerce and penalizes small businesses like mine that operate responsibly and with respect to my neighbors. I urge the board to consider a more balanced approach instead of a blanket restriction. Let's create a framework that allows small events with reasonable controls. Even our neighbors, including the one that's recently spoken here in this forum, historically, specifically indicated that he was not opposed to having weddings or events next door. He just asked if some guidelines could be considered when it comes to amplified live music. Right? And he didn't want live music to happen every weekend next door in his backyard. Examples, all live music must end by 7 p.m. Or another example, maybe you can only have live music once a month. Or put some other controls in there that builds neighborhood harmony and empower small business to contribute meaningfully to the Southport vitality. As historic context, Southport has a long history of inns and beds and breakfasts supporting weddings and other events. The Brunswick Inn, dating back to the 1800s, hosted many weddings, events, and celebration. The inn featured a ballroom with music and dancing. The venue's ballroom and historic charm made it a popular site for social gathering and celebrations, including weddings. We're only focusing on continuing the long history and intimate charm that Southport represents. The Carriage House Inn is more than a business. It is fast becoming part of Southport's story and wants to support the local community in hosting family reunions, family holiday gatherings, wedding ceremonies, small receptions, anniversaries, celebration of life gatherings, and other quiet celebrations that make the town feel like home, and let's not lose that. To summarize and reiterate why this is problematic, the UDO change effectively eliminates events rather than regulates them, and unfairly restricts small businesses from hosting moderate gatherings, and it completely blocks community-friendly uses where locals can celebrate intimate celebrations for short durations and supporting and hosting community-based events. Here are some real examples that have already occurred at my location that will no longer be allowed under this new restriction. The chamber counter events for the business after hours, the networking business event, that would not be allowed to happen at my place. A birthday party for a guest, already described, where their parents came over with 3 other local individuals that were staying, that only the birthday party, that one person was staying at the inn, that would not be allowed to happen in my place. A birthday party for a member in Southport that brought 6 or 7 friends over into my parlor just to have a quiet thing for 2 hours, that would not be allowed to happen because they weren't staying overnight. A 2-hour book club meeting by the Oak Island Book Club where they rented the afternoon screen porch to have a book signing with the author, that would not be allowed to happen at my place. A daytime 2-day meeting for North Carolina business with local employees where only half the people were staying at the inn. So during the day, they were having meetings during the day to talk about their business. That would not be allowed to happen. A 2-day church group that was coming and planning an upcoming mission to the Middle East with 14 people. Some of these people were staying at our place, some were staying at the other bed and breakfasts and other local establishments, and during the day, they just came and they met. So there was 14 people, which exceeded my occupation standard. That wouldn't be allowed to happen. Now here's a new list of items that what we plan in the near future that also would not be allowed to happen. We are supporting the St. Philip's Episcopal Church as having their 2-day croquet tournament, and they want to use the backyard of the inn for the event. That would not be allowed to happen. We are hosting Coffee with the Girls in December. That would not be allowed to happen. We're planning to participate in the Southport Christmas Home Holiday Tour with all hundreds of attendees that come in for the morning, Christmas music, and probably a free food truck to offering coffee and hot chocolate. That would not be allowed to happen based on this language. As a reminder of the positive economic impact of the small events, guests spend money at local restaurants, shops, and gatherings. The events support all the local vendors that come in with caterers, florists, musicians, photographers, and rental companies and bakeries, and encourage tourism and repeat guests. I don't understand what the problem we're trying to solve with this additional language. From my understanding, there has been no past or present issues, and specifically to comment, we have never asked, indicated, or ever intended to have concerts at my establishment, and I'm not sure who created that rumor, falsehood, or narrative. In closing, we understand now that the community center is here to support large events and gatherings and could be cost prohibitive for these small types of gatherings for local staff. We're trying to work synergistically and partner with the community center to fill a space or a void that is needed for small events, rehearsal dinners, or meetings, and we're trying to support our community by providing an option. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Is there anybody else here to speak on this topic? Not seeing anybody else. I'll open up for questions from the board. I'm sorry, sir. Yes.
Second.
Is there a second? All in favor of closing public comment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Public comment is closed.
Can I? He got on a roll. I want to add to it. We wouldn't have weddings at Lois James. We wouldn't have DSI Christmas parties at our other bed and breakfast. And we wouldn't have wine on Wednesdays down there on River Drive. There are a lot of events that are going on that we just have let go on. And it's sort of like we're doing selective enforcement here. And I'm completely against this UDO amendment.
Other comments?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
The gentleman who I believe you said you were the owner of the Carriage House Inn, you didn't, the examples of things that you've had, like book signings and birthday parties and everything, those were all inside. What are you thinking about offering that includes outdoors?
I'm trying to speak loud so they can hear me. You have to go online.
Yeah, I've got several questions.
Yeah, I think the book signing was inside and outside. Several things we do are inside and outside. Obviously, coffee with the girls is going to have enough people to be outside. The croquet event that's going to be next door that we're supporting, that we were asked for St. Episcopal, we were asked. I don't know if they're going to use our place. We're still coordinating that. That would be outside. Wedding ceremonies themselves are great. I don't think anybody has a problem with a ceremony because they're usually over in hour and a half, just the wedding itself. Like come in, do a wedding, and then go off somewhere else for a reception. We're really not built for, we have one bathroom downstairs. You kind of have some restrictions about having larger events. So yes, but if somebody wanted to come in, we already had somebody come to us next April and talk about eloping. And they have 7 or 8 people that they want to come in, and they have about 12 locals that want to show up. They wouldn't be able to do that. And that would be outside, obviously.
I didn't hear what you said. Somebody came to you about a what?
Eloping. Like just eloping, like, yeah, small wedding, very small, like, you know, they just, the few family members, but they were inviting like 10 or 12 people after the wedding to come over to sit outside to celebrate. Yeah, well, yeah. They were coming in out of town, but they have friends here. So like, again, it was just a conversation.
And you're thinking about no music outside?
No, I mean, we've only had one person where they played some acoustic music in a year. So it doesn't happen very often. And most of our events are inside. Most of them are meetings, small things. The coffee gathering we'll do. I have speakers inside my house or on my screen porch that are plenty loud enough to just hear right outside the screen porch. But in any case, I always made rules just because I have honors my neighbors that everything must stop by 7:30. Like everything, like you're done. 7:30, 8 o'clock, you all need to be wrapping it up and going. Because Paul lives right there and Jesse lives right there. Everything else around me is post office, the church across the street is this place. So I try to respect for my neighbors to make sure we're doing the right thing, right? I don't want to make my neighbors upset. I want to invite them over and have them, let them use the place if they wanted to use it for free. Like, I'd be like, I wish I was here when Paul had his, when Maria passed away, I would have offered my place for Paul for them to come down and actually use the backyard and actually do that. Those are the type of things I want to do for our neighborhood and our family.
When you purchased the property, though,
Yes, ma'am.
I assume you had in mind that you would have a bed and breakfast?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand what a bed and breakfast entailed and what you were allowed to do and not do?
Yes, I looked at the UDO initially, and it didn't have anything about having events. Several other bed and breakfasts, as he indicated, do things in the town and well across the state and across the nation. It's very common to go to any bed and breakfast in any location in any city, and they host or offer the ability to use their place. There's a big difference in an Airbnb, and I know there's a lot of restrictions about Airbnbs letting people have parties or doing more than that. I live there. That's my private residence. Like, that's my stuff and that's my house. So I'm not going to let people come in and destroy my house. Like, that's all my stuff. This isn't a business where I walk away. I'm not renting stuff and everything. So that's 100% of that. It's my grandparents' furniture, my grandmother's china cabinet. I use my china for my grandparents in the house. It is my stuff and I protect it. And so I want to make sure, and I live there. So when it's right to go to bed, I have to sleep there too. So I'm right there the whole time. It's a little different in situation than having an Airbnb with that nobody's around and somebody just comes in and rent and they do a party or do somebody else and there's no host or accountability of trying to control that. because I have to be there during the event. Like that's part of the rules.
However, a B and B as defined, as a bricks and mortar B and B is quite different from an Airbnb. And we're talking about special uses that special events would be basically an entirely different level of use from any of the, I believe we have 3 functioning building, 4 B and Bs that are actual functioning buildings.
Yeah, they're houses.
Yes, exactly. And Mo, were you nodding your head that I was correct about
There's 3
4?
left, right? 3, yeah.
3.
Captain Newton's, Robert Rourke, and myself. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Captain Newton, Robert Rourke, and myself are the only 3 that are in town now.
The never mind. Okay. I guess
They
some are not
sold. Yeah,
operating
they're
right
gone.
now.
Yeah, they
Okay.
sold out. Somebody bought their house as a second house.
Okay. And what's been done in the past, legally or illegally, or just been done, I don't think applies here. I think we have to look at this as, are we going to allow the expansion of one use into something significantly different? And for me, the important thing is what we do if we allow this. We like you, we like your grandmother's china cabinet and all of that, but this decision stays with the building. So if you get tired of doing this and you move and you sell this to someone else, we don't know what they're going to do. That a decision about a special use stays with the property. It's not for you, it is for the property eternally.
Other comments?
So
I have one more. I would like to see the language changed. Frankly, I'm sure you realize now that I really don't want to see this happen. And I would like to see proposed language that clarifies that this is not a use that's allowed for bed and breakfast. Hotels are different. The Wingate hosts all kinds of things. But before we before we vote tonight, I think I'd like to see language that gives us the other option. And the final thing is, we have several times passed ordinances that cannot be enforced. And this language basically is very hard to enforce. I mean, we got to know how many people are there, how many people are registered. So, and who's going to go count that? Go look at the register and then count the number of people who are there and engaged in the activity. I'll give you an example of one that we're really having trouble enforcing, and it's the lighting. At night, we have a dark skies part of the ordinance about what kind of lights you can have, whether they point up or down, whether they have a shield, all of that. But it's unenforceable because the code enforcement officers are not out at night. And one has very specifically said, my shift is over at 5 o'clock. So how do we enforce that? Who is going to enforce this limit to the number of registered guests? I surely hope it's not the police department.
The enforcement is on us. Too bad, so sad if we can't do it.
When you say us,
No.
Well, no, I'm
government.
talking about the city. If we have an ordinance and we can't enforce it because we don't you have the manpower to do it, we probably shouldn't have the ordinance in the first place. But since we have the ordinance, it's incumbent upon government to go and enforce it, not to say you can't have something because we're not enforcing up lighting someplace. But Alderman Marcelo, do you have something?
I just have a couple of things. So a recurring issue that we've had is noise complaints in the city of Southport, regardless of whether it is a business in the commercial business district, it's a bed and breakfast, it's a private party, any of that. I would like for us to look at a decibel level that should be read from the street at a certain distance from whichever property it is, that our police department can then take a decibel reader and stand where whatever distance is deemed appropriate to decide whether or not the music or noise or chatter or whatever it is too loud for that area. We don't have that in place. So our noise ordinance right now is left up to somebody going and standing, going, it's too loud for me, but it might not be too loud for me. So I would like for us to see something from staff about what a potential decibel level might be appropriate for something like this. And this could potentially handle some of the issues that we see with this, but not only with a special event, but also with a private party or things of that nature. I see Wendell's moving. Do we have this? I didn't think we did. No? Okay. All right. And
I can tell you that this, the noise ordinance is a hairball. The police have said several times that having measures of the decibel levels is really difficult. And we went through a renovation of our noise ordinance about a year or so ago, and we've come up with a reasonable person is going to be
bullshit.
the determination.
Yeah. I mean, it just is. A decibel level is something that can be read by a little machine. It's something that is easy to enforce at that point. Brady, you.
Oh, I've just dealt with this multiple times with multiple jurisdictions, and it's either a reasonable person standard or the decibel. And what I've learned mostly from police departments that it's very unreliable. And that was 3, 4, 5 years ago that I looked at it. So technology obviously changes quick. So that should be a question geared toward Chief Coring again on where we're at with that technology, because that could be almost more problematic than a reasonable person.
Okay.
As silly as the reasonable person standard says.
A reasonable person is not easy to find these days. And then I have something else. If you guys, anybody else want to talk about decibel more or no? Then my other thing would be fire code. So if we're looking at the number of people in an establishment in, let's say this building, for example, we have a number of people that are allowed within this building. As a reasonable person might think that any place where people would gather might also have to have some sort of fire code that would say the number of people that would be allowed within that space. I don't want to put Chief Drew on the spot there, but it would just be something to consider rather than a number of people who are staying at a B&B. Perhaps it is what a fire code might dictate as would be appropriate for that space.
I'm totally agreeing with you, like on that one. Like I had Madison come by my house and I had him look at my house and said, what am I missing from a fire code? What am I missing? Where should I put exercise? So I actually completely agree with you that there should be, and I remember when it was first brought up and he says, I can't have jurisdiction over residential, a private property, a private business or private house. And he said, I can't code that, but I'm fine with actually the fire marshal coming in and saying, I'm going to put an occupancy rating on here for you to have events. And this is what you can have inside versus what you can have outside. I'm okay with that. I think that's a great solution. Like, I think, and that's very reasonable.
And that's what I know for me, having a hotel in town, I get inspected by the fire marshal. He comes through and makes sure that I have, I don't have a ton of extension cords being used and I don't have space heaters being used. And I've got the appropriate fire extinguishers in the appropriate place at the appropriate height with the appropriate ability to knock the little glass out to be able to get into it. So that's an inspection that I go through as a hotel. I don't know what the regulation is for B&Bs to have that kind of thing. Maybe Mo could. And or Charles. I mean, and the same thing, I have a state health inspector, health inspection that the county health inspector comes in to check to make sure that I have everything appropriately done.
Yeah, the fire inspections come under play with the zoning regulations, the occupancy is classified. He was mentioning about residential, but I mean, once it is a business, even though it's still zoned residential, we could do that. I mean, that's not a problem. We're supposed to be inspecting, and we do inspect bed and breakfasts or Airbnbs. They have to be inspected to make sure they have working smoke alarms. So we could do a occupancy on how many people would be allowed inside the building. If they have events with tents, we have to do inspections on any tent that's erected, as long as it's a square footage situation or how close it is to the building. So all that would come into play.
Thank you.
So basically, you're saying that we would have to rezone the property.
Oh,
Am I
no,
right?
no. I said that the fire code, it comes under occupancy classification. Like this building is we have a placard in here. It depends on how many chairs you have. It depends on if it's tables and chairs or if it's just an open room, how many people you can put in here. And that would play in the same thing with his business at the carriage houses. And it comes into play with your exits and it's under whatever occupancy it is, whether it's residential, whether it's business, whether it's other types of commercials, different zonings have different regulations in the fire code. Some are stricter than others.
Alderman Mosteller.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The issue for me is, as a venue, we're now creating a second use for that. And so another issue, and that's why we changed it from having a special events text amendment to create this whole new category of land use. I mean, I'm not against trying to look at it, but the thing is, these are residential properties that are given the ability to operate as businesses in residential neighborhoods. So the threshold of what that is should be a high standard. Even homestays, which are a resident living in their home that can rent out a couple of rooms, sort of a de facto bed and breakfast, cannot have events in according to our guidelines for the same reasons, right? I certainly understand small gatherings. I think part of when we look at enforcement, part of the reason we put in things for enforcement is so that then when we deal with complaints, we have something to stand on. So we don't necessarily know everything that's being violated around the city, but if there's a complaint, then we can react accordingly, right? So, I mean, I don't know how, I'm not really in favor of big events being operated in residential neighborhoods. That's really, I would struggle with that. I don't know that if you say an event of 20 people or, if it's, so I'm not sure what that looks like. The carriage house is sort of an unusual situation compared to Robert Ruark and that. So, but these rules apply across the board. So, I mean, I'm okay with us being more thoughtful tonight, and I would like to be thoughtful about it. But my struggle is that it's an additional use within a residential neighborhood.
No, and I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you. I don't love the idea of big events in residential areas, which is why I think kind of looking at what a fire code would allow might help us figure out what that actually is. And like I've been to parties at private homes where we've had 50 people in a house until very late into the evening, and we got a knock on the door when the neighbors said we were being too loud, and we broke it up at that point. And it was not a big deal, but it was late. So I think that just by But I mean, just by a business being a business, we're held to higher standards than what would be happening at a private home. So I think that I know, at least for me, I would like to see what that would look like with a fire marshal recommendation. I think the planning board has done great work, and I understand why it was done with just the number of guests that are in the house. But I think that there, to Alderman Spencer's point, there were lots of events that are happening that really don't affect what's going on outside of that subject property. So I would love to see what that would look like if.
I look at this as this is how the system's supposed to work. It really is. I started this process in my head thinking of the 150 people gathering every weekend and beer cans being thrown into the next guy's yard. That's where I started. But as we talked, especially tonight, you bring a different perspective to the whole operation. And we can limit the number of people. You have agreed that the occupancy number might be the number, whatever that is, based on the building of the building. Because if they were going to have a wedding in that building in violation of this, they'd be in violation of the fire code as well. Okay?
And then the fire code makes it enforceable.
Then that we can enforce that easily. But when we're talking about our original discussion today, when there's no controversy, we vote. So I would suggest that what we think about asking to have happen is another round of conversation about this and bring back the conversation, send it back to the planning board perhaps. I'm not sure if that's the right way, but I'm not against that. And seeing if there's a happy medium somewhere along the line, having this gentleman engage the planning board as a maybe not as a representative of himself, but he's going to be representing, and the other bread and breakfasts should be made aware of this event. We should proactively tell them, as opposed to them trying to figure out watching this meeting, and we come to a happy compromise on this whole thing.
So I agree to send it back to the planning board and let them do some more conversation and then bring it back to us
Are you making a motion to that, ma'am?
as a motion.
Is there a second to that motion? There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation, ma'am?
This is not the job of the planning board, but at the same time, I would like to, as I said at the beginning, get language that literally eliminates anything other than the uses of, for a bed and breakfast to be limited to that.
So you're looking for two different options that come to you?
I'm looking for the planning board to do what.
But that's not what the motion is on the floor, ma'am. So we have a motion on the floor, we have a second. Now we're having a discussion on it.
This is discussion.
Okay, but if we're going to do that, we'd either have to vote on that or withdraw the motion.
Well,
This is the discussion part.
I understand, okay.
The planning board to talk about whatever you're saying.
Yeah. Is the planning board sufficiently confused? Okay.
Yeah, if you tell us what you're looking for, give us a timeline when you would like it back, we will work towards that. Okay, just give us some clear direction on what you.
So as I understand the motion that's on the floor, now we have to wait until we pass that before that's what's going to happen is, Karen, you want to restate your?
Make a motion to send it back for further consideration by the planning board. And it can also include Alderman Davis's questions about bed and breakfast and what constitutes a bed and breakfast conversation. Is that, I'm paraphrasing you. Okay.
But I think it needs a little more definition to it. In other words, because I can't.
No, well, I think the planning board, after our discussion, has a good idea. I don't
Well,
see that
Larry,
I
are
need
you,
to be- I don't want to direct them. I want-
comfortable? I don't want to have this go on for 2 months and then find out we walked out and had different opinions, what was supposed to be looked
Yeah,
at.
and we don't want to keep on giving it back to you until we get it right, because that could take another 5, 10 years. So if you can give us some definitions, and we're happy to sit with any of you to, if along the way as well. And we've got 2 liaisons that can act as intermediaries. So we'll get it right, Lo. And if you want, I'll give you a call and make sure I've got it right. Thank you.
So,
Mark?
so from my angle, I'm looking at what we can determine through our fire marshal, what is the occupancy for that building? And if that occupancy is 20, 25, then I would suggest we do something like 2 times the occupancy for the whole property, or 3 times the occupancy of the property, based on what the fire marshal says. Try to have some increment where if it,
I'll send a fire marshal to each of the bed and breakfasts. We'll get an inside occupancy and an outdoor number compared to the lot, and then we'll have that information for you.
that's great.
Mr. Ashley, do you have, are we all on the same page?
Yeah, we'll get it right. Just a very quick question though, because you're talking about occupancy. Inside occupancy is what we're talking about. Can tents have a different level of occupancy as well?
Yes.
So I just need to make sure that we understand what we're looking at.
Let's hear those numbers. I would like to hear the number.
No, I don't think it's big events. I think it's just a matter of knowing what the property can handle for it to be able to go back to the planning board with those numbers and then come back to us.
With the understanding it's in residential neighborhoods.
Will you talk about tents? Will the planning board talk about tents involving this?
I think the fire marshal will give us numbers for both. And then when it goes to the planning board, they have the ability to kind of parse through that a little bit before it comes back to us. And I think that gives us numbers rather than pulling numbers out of thin air and saying, oh, 25 people at this one or 3 people at this one. It gives us enforceable numbers potentially to be able to go through this whole process.
So Alderman Mosteller, since you made the motion, are you good where we are right now?
I'm ecstatic.
Okay, as am I. So.
And I'm still seconding the motion, so
And
I'm ecstatic too.
And is there any other comment? Without any other comment, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. I now will entertain a motion to come out of public hearing for the special events at bed and breakfasts. Is there a second to that? There's a motion and a second. Any conversation? Not hearing any. All in favor of coming out of public hearing for the special events, please say aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. We're out of the public hearing. We're not going back into public hearing under the UDO section, Article 3 and 8 zoning text amendments. So I would entertain a motion to go into that public hearing. There's a motion and a second. Damn. There's a motion and a second and a screech. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Not hearing any. It's unanimous. We're in public hearing for the UDO Article 3 and 8. Wendell, you're up.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Alderman. This evening, I am presenting a proposal for a text amendment related to Articles 3 and 8 of the Unified Development Ordinance for your consideration. Although staff initiated this project in February, the need to prioritize tasks such as revising the stormwater ordinance and addressing legislative updates and working with the CAMA land use plan has hindered its progress. Hence the delay in presenting for your review. While case number ZTA25-04 encompasses several objectives, it is important to highlight that the primary reason for this proposal is in response to the 2024 relinquishment of the extraterritorial jurisdiction The loss of the ETJ has resulted in the removal of 3 zoning districts from the city's oversight, along with a total of 12 land uses. The zoning districts lost are the manufactured housing zoning district, the light industrial zoning district, and the heavy industrial zoning district. Here's a little map detailing those that are lost. I apologize, I didn't expect that the text would be that small on that screen. But as you can see, those are the locations of the lost zone, ETJ. Of the 12 land uses, 2 are required by state statute to be incorporated into a jurisdiction's zoning ordinance. They are adult businesses and single lot mobile homes. Here we can see the statutory references required for those items. I'll give you guys a moment to look at that. But essentially, doing away with adult businesses is an infringement on First Amendment protection, and doing away with manufactured homes limits housing affordability for various residents. The proposed text amendments the proposed text amendment for the little guideline here. The key indicates that red text indicates new language. Highlighted yellow is a notes made by staff, and the strike through indicates that the text is to be removed. Again, I didn't anticipate that this would be so small on the screen. Accessory structures. Presently, the standard is that an accessory structure with 530 feet or less can be as close as 5 feet from the rear and side property lines, regardless of zoning district. The problem, however, is with 2-story structures that close to the property line can adversely affect adjacent neighbors. Staff proposes that for the residential zoning district, accessory structures that are more than 1 story must have at least a 10-foot rear setback, as well as meet the lot's prescribed zoning side setback. Here we can see this modification also applies to the accessory dwelling units. So essentially, we're getting a lot of situations where people are building 2-story accessory structures, primarily ADUs. And as the UDO is written, the 2-story ADUs can potentially be as close as 5 feet from a rear and side property line, and that obscures light. It's a noise problem. It's a light pollution problem for adjacent neighbors. So this is why we propose this reduction. Sorry, having a little bit of technical difficulties. Did it go through? All right. Mobile vendor, the land use mobile vendor. So originally we had this as a primary land use. Staff have amended it to be considered an accessory land use. The impetus here is to make it easier for food truck vendors to operate within the city and to codify the permitting requirements. Essentially, the way it was presented beforehand, or as it currently stands, a lot of the onus on getting a food truck permit went to the property owner. So they would have to kind of go through the process of getting a permit. And that was just a barrier for entry for food trucks to be able to operate. So this not only codifies, standardizes the requirements that we would look for in a permit, but also puts the responsibility on the vendor itself.
So before we get off this point, my understanding of the current system is that the landowner has to have a designated spot and has to fill out the paperwork. Is that correct?
It's currently
the current
like
system?
that, yes, sir.
So under this program, and I'm for this, for the current, to make sure I understand this. Now I'm a food truck driver guy, and I get a permit to operate in Southport. Does that mean that if Mark Spencer calls me up on Tuesday and says, I'd like to have you come on Wednesday, that permit will allow me to go there to his place on Wednesday without additional paperwork taking place?
Negative, sir. So the way it works right now is essentially the food truck vendor will call us up and say, hey, we want to be able to host over at the Tiki Tavern.
Uh-huh.
So that is where we look at their site plan for the Tiki Tavern.
So the site plan is devised by the Tiki Tavern.
No, it's
Oh.
now it will be devised by the vendor themselves. Then we also look at an agreement between the Tiki Tavern management and the vendor. And then if that checks out along with the other requirements such as valid license, valid registration, then we'll issue the permits. Now, the same vendor wants to come up and says, hey, Wendell, I want to go to the carriage house and vend there. This amends the ordinance to allow them to use the same permits, except now we just need a new site plan and a new agreement from the property owner. So whereas before, it was a different permit for each location that vendor wanted to go to. This allows the vendor to be able to use one permit and just update it as necessary, and is good for a whole year.
What is the turnaround time? Rich Alt wants to have my food truck go to Mark Spencer's house because Mark Spencer has asked me to come. How many days does Mark Spencer have to give me to get through this process?
The hurdle, and this isn't on any one particular person, is usually about a 3-day turnaround time. The hurdle is with the fire department, just making sure that they are inspected by the fire department. And they do a great job of getting to those really quickly. So
Do they get inspected every time they drive into Southport, or is it a yearly inspection?
just yearly, sir.
Okay. So long as they have that, there's no, even though I'm going to go to Mark's today and Karen's tomorrow, I'm covered for the year. For
Yes.
fire. For fire.
For fire, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
okay.
But if you're going to go to Mark's today and Karen's tomorrow, I'm going to need Mark's and Karen's agreement that you're able to operate there, and a site plan showing where you're going to be at in relation to their business.
And how did you come to this conclusion? What input did you get? Did you get this from the people, the businesses that are asking for the food truck to come? And did we consult with the food trucks to figure out, they all should have buy-in into how we do that? Now, if they have some goofy idea, that's why we have you to rule that out. But did we take input from all those people?
We got input from a few vendors who really thought that Southport's operation, as it currently stands, is a little bit more taxing than neighboring.
Did they like this?
Yes. This, particularly the fact that this allows them to only operate with one permit, one fire inspection for an entire year for however many destinations that they want. And also, this allows them to operate within the confines of community-sponsored events like the 4th of July Festival or any other type of community-sponsored event.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
I have a question. Just because you just mentioned the 4th of July festival, I've been thinking all along that we're talking about food trucks that roll up onto a property, not food trucks in the street. But at 4th of July, I believe pretty much all of them were in the street, aren't they? In other words, my question really is, does this apply to food trucks that are operating in the street?
It does. Yes, ma'am.
So who is the property owner that,
So that has worked out with Elena and I'm sorry, I forget where she works at, Elena. Community relations. And what she does is she has a map of who's going to be where, and she gives them the authority to operate for those specific events. And it's a first come, first serve type of situation.
so if they are parked in front of a private residence, the private residence owner doesn't have any involvement in this?
They don't, as long as they're not in the private residence's property. But yes.
Excuse me, I apologize. I think there's some confusion. This does not allow a food truck to come into the city and just randomly park anywhere. Those ones parked on the street are very specific to community-only events. So that is taken into account that we are having a food truck rodeo. So yes, the people along that street or the street is closed for those food trucks. So this permit allows them, they don't have to do anything extra. They just get in line to be in that rodeo. But then if they want to go to a private property, then they have to get permission from the private property to park there, but can go to any private properties they want with the one permit. Does that help explain it? Okay.
Thank you.
Are the site plans for the individual locations good for a year? Is that what you're doing? So they can go back and forth?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
So they don't, if they're going to go to the tap and cellar, and you know where the site plan is, and they've done the site plan, every time they come back, they don't have to submit a new site plan?
No, not for the tap and cellar and not for 1 year.
I use
Yeah.
that just as an example.
Yeah, yes, sir. No, so that site plan is solid for 1 year
Good.
and as frequently as they want to visit that particular place. So when I review a food truck permits, I'm approving them for that location that they are requesting, and it's based off of that site plan and all the other requirements that we ask for.
Thank you. That's a lot of the pushback that I've heard about on this topic. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I have a question asking for a friend. So if a resident that might live in the old town here and has no way to have the food truck be on their property, but they're in the right of way in front of their house, is there a way to have province for that? Just asking for a friend.
Your friend asks really interesting questions. One that I have not ironed out. I apologize.
So if perhaps you could give cipher on that, because I do think, and of course there would need to be some whatevers, and I don't know, Charles would probably like say no, but anyway, but I'm just saying.
I think that if it came down to something similar to that, that I would ask your friend to come to us to ask some questions, and we would view this the same way we have to do with dumpsters. So if someone needs a dumpster for construction, they have to use the right of way, even though they don't own that property, but they need it for their construction. So we could work something out.
Thank you so much.
And
I'll pass that along.
there are some businesses within the downtown corridor that also do not have a driveway on which to pull a food truck. So it would be a similar situation as the dumpsters if they had to do work there as well.
Any other questions? Wendell, do you have some more to go?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yes,
I'll
sir.
go right ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, swimming pools. So currently setbacks for pools are measured from the edge of the water. This is a problem in a couple of aspects. One, when you develop a pool and the setback is going to be 5 feet off the side or rear property lines, that is, as it currently stands, 5 feet from the edge of the water. Whereas what we are proposing is to say 5 feet from the edge of any decking or coping that encompasses the pool, essentially, so that now we don't have as much encroachment into the side or rear setback. This preserves more open space for the side and rear yards, and also is a decrease in impervious ground cover potential. So,
Do you reference it? So I'm looking through the UDO and I look at secondary buildings and I find this section. But all of this is also contingent on the new stormwater policy. When you're looking at that, part of the problem that I find with the UDO is I looked at it, I thought I saw what I'm supposed to see to do my project, but it doesn't tell me to go look someplace else for the secondary or third thing. So maybe it's jumping the gun and you've already got that in one of the slides, but if I'm going to put a secondary building in there, you have to worry about the permeable land, and then you have to have it so that it matches up with the stormwater program. And is that all going to be included in this one section? Is the Tom Z program involved in your program? Or is it in two different sections of the
it's
world?
two different sections of the ordinance.
So I guess my question is, how do we for something to think about. How do we make sure that if I'm looking at that, I'm probably looking at it because I want to do that.
Yes.
So how do I know that I also have to go back and look at the
Stormwater section.
stormwater part?
Talking to city staff, essentially.
I'm just trying to
and maybe
make it,
this is,
so I'm trying to make it user friendly. I'm sitting at home. We're trying to do this stuff electronically, not having to come in and ask you every single question. As we build out the UDO and that sheet of paper we got here, maybe we need to start thinking about how we direct people to other parts. At the bottom of the thing. Remember, you still have to have stormwater and you have to go to page 47.2.
Absolutely.
Just make it easier, customer service, easier working. I just throw that out for consideration.
I appreciate that, sir. Noted.
With regard to this text amendment, I would like the board to consider an additional caveat to this, exception consistent with 3.9B1. Non-conforming lots located in the R10 district shall have a minimum side and rear swimming pool setback of 4 feet. To allow that for the non-conforming lots that, we let people set their house 4 feet to the side setback. So I would ask that we add that as a caveat for the non-conforming lots.
What you're describing, though, is it's a non-conforming lot, and we would be adding to the impervious. Am I right?
No, it would just be the placement of it. I mean,
Yes, the location.
It would, if, let's say it's a 33-foot lot.
Okay.
Wide, it would be 4 feet to the side setback instead of 5 feet that's all the difference is. But it gives some homage to the non-conforming that we allow for building a structure.
So the way that at least for accessory structure text amendment, and we can take the same language and apply it to pools, is that the setback for non-conforming lots would be amended for accessory structures and for pools to accommodate that.
Well, no, I wouldn't do accessory structures. That's a different, well, I guess it is. It would do that, right. Mo, is that, I hadn't thought about that. Part of the problem with the accessory structures is the 2-story versus 1-story. If you do it for the 1-story and then you still have, anyway, yeah, whatever. I don't know what that would look like, but I do think for the pool that this would be prudent to do it that way. Yeah. I cheated. I talked to Mo earlier today to get this language.
I just can't wait till we have the pervious versus impervious percentage in place, which will handle a lot of this stuff.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
We're still on pools, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The pool is to be enclosed by protective fencing. Can we add into that the fence would be required that the fence around a swimming pool be at the maximum the fences can be, which is 8 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But I mean,
So I think it's 48
that's the
inches.
maximum, but it doesn't say that you have to be at the maximum.
Yeah, it's a minimum of, I want to say 48 inches from grade. I'm shooting from the hip of memory. It's either 48 inches or 56 inches. I'm okay.
I mean, even I could step over a 4-foot high fence. That's not very protective. For safety purposes, can't we require that it be higher?
Yes, you can always make something more stringent than what the state statute requires. That I think might have to be another amendment that we could look into doing.
That would require everybody that has a pool to go back and change all their fencing.
Negative, they would just be considered legally non-conforming now. Well, actually, now we're getting into, yeah, they wouldn't have to change. Yeah. So the question, ma'am, was if we created a text amendment to increase the minimum height of a fence for pools, the question was, would anyone that has a fence around their pool have to go back and amend their fence to meet that minimal? And the answer is negative. They do not. They would be grandfathered in. So just house salvage operations is an example of a lost land use that staff does not recommend reincorporating. So of the 12 land uses that we lost, this is just one of many, one of several that we don't have the appropriate zoning for, and we don't see the benefit of reincorporating it into the UDO.
Which one?
Salvage operations. However, drive-through services standards are a proposal brought forth by the planning board. You can see that. So the highlighted stipulates that salvage operations of the land use no longer available. The red text are the standards that we've put forth for the planning with the planning board for drive-through operations.
I'm struggling a little bit to understand in business to have drive-through in business, since business comes all the way down to where car insurance used to be. So, so far into town. So is this as an update? And so I'm just struggling with drive-through, what that would mean possibly.
Well, right now, there are no standards for drive-throughs. So this is providing standards so that if someone did come in and was able to do it, so you have to be so many feet from residential and have your speakers so pointed inward. So there's a lot of, so honestly, if you were adjacent to a residential property on your rear, you would not be able to have a drive-through. I mean, it would be almost impossible unless you have a 200-foot lot.
Can we not restrict that to highway commercial?
I mean, well, you can, absolutely.
Well, PUD and highway commercial, that's what I think, because PUD designs it accordingly, right?
So so you would then prohibit them in
In
BD.
business,
I
in
mean,
business.
that's
BD.
definitely an option, yes.
I mean, I have a business in the business district and the idea of having a drive-through next door is not favorable to me.
Well, and plus with the traffic, just the whole thing, layout of our town and everything, just the complications of that for me in the business district.
Well, and I think there are some other similar towns that have used a restriction of a drive-through to keep their downtown area more quaint, like we would like to see in Southport.
Well, that being said, and I know there's concern about traffic. One of the points of discussion with that was that if a business were to come in with a drive-through window, chances are they're going to trigger the traffic impact analysis, where we would have to look at how traffic is going to circulate around that business to accommodate the drive-through. So that would be part of that
But we
discussion.
even have some developments that don't trigger a traffic impact analysis. So I would caution us in saying that it would trigger that, because for one property, it might not.
Understandable. Yes, ma'am.
But I mean, I can support this except for just the change of business district, eliminating that.
We have moved from swimming pools and went past manufactured housing and adult entertainment. Now, that's lost with the relinquishment of the ETJ, which I believe had light industrial was the permitted zone.
Heavy industrial is the
Heavy
permitted zone
industrial.
for adult.
So of course, we don't have that now. So does that mean by lost with, we're not going to have that at all?
No. So what we need to discuss is what is the appropriate zone for adult entertainment and for manufactured housing on a single lot.
Is this a business that we are required to provide a zone for?
A type of business, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So they're suggesting highway commercial.
I'm with you on highway commercial for that.
Is it not that the next step down from heavy commercial?
Correct. Yeah,
So
highway
if
commercial
we
is
ha-
the
if
next
we had
step
to put
down.
it- Since we have to put it someplace.
It has to go somewhere, and the most logical place would be highway commercial. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Staff is also,
I do have a question real quick
Yes, ma'am.
about the manufactured housing park. There is one of those coming into Southport already.
negative.
No, what is the, on the right-hand side coming into Southport? Is that, that's outside city limits now? Is that?
Yeah, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right. I know this is going to raise some eyebrows here, but staff is recommending the reincorporation of the land use, tattoo, and body piercing establishments into both the highway commercial and business zoning districts.
I'd like to see that only in highway commercial since the, we're restricting some of the other land uses that we lost in the ETJ to highway commercial. I'd like to see that consistent.
Yes, ma'am. To be transparent, after the planning board and us came together with the approval for this language, it dawned on us that business district wasn't the best idea. So, yeah. All right. So just as was necessary before the loss of this land use, all proposed parlors are required to have special use permits issued to them by the Board of Adjustment prior to opening their shop.
With them going into the highway commercial, do they need to have a Board of Adjustment hearing even for that if it's a prescribed land use within that district?
So it's prescribed with a special use permit only. Now there are not any specific use standards associated with it, such as like minimum distance between it and other parlors. But we did, we're keeping the same format as it was prior to the loss of the ETJ. We're just transferring it from highway or heavy industrial to highway commercial.
And our gateway has some highway commercial on this side, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So,
We have to restrict it somewhere. I mean, it's got, if it's
right.
got
I
to go
mean, that's,
somewhere,
oh,
that's
I know, but that's why we want it to be a special use permit. So then the adjacent neighbors can have a conversation about that, right?
Precisely. And I just want to make sure we're clear. Tattoo and body piercing is not one of the required land uses. There's not a state statute that stipulates we need it. It's just, we think it's good business to have it in a designated area and designated with a special use permit requirement. So that it's a quasi judicial proceeding that's going to say, yes, we'll look at this and yes, we'll see if it's a good fit or not.
And that goes to the Board of Adjustment then, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
do we right now have a provision for vape shops?
No.
Can we add that? as well?
Yes, I would vote for that.
I'd like to see that in highway commercial also.
Noted. Yes, ma'am.
The ones that are already existing in the business district, though, would be able to stay.
Correct.
Correct. Grandfathered in.
I don't want to harm any business that's already in place. I just want to help guide future businesses into areas that make sense for Southport.
And we could potentially discuss the idea of just making sure that like tattoo and body piercing, vape shops may need a special use permit. I don't know if that's something that would be interesting to.
I think that for me, I would like to see them treated similarly. So if we have a process for one, we would have a process for the other.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the board, anybody else have thoughts on that?
Maybe we should create a zone for things we don't like.
I was just saying, let's put all the alcohol outside the city limits. I
No,
would
my
like
family
that
has
too.
one of those. We're gonna keep that in town.
Well, finally, one of the other items that we've amended the UDO for is we put in some standards to regulate flagpoles. Essentially, just to make sure that they're not going to be too large for properties and fall through.
Are we allowed to regulate flagpoles?
Could you give me an idea of how you word that?
Absolutely. I know it's not, can you enlarge? Thank you, Shane. So essentially what we did is we put in a formula saying 1.5 times the flagpole shall be set back from all primary structures and property lines at 1.5 times the length of the pole. At 20-foot flagpole will be required no closer than 30 feet from any primary structure. And we cap the maximum height to 20 feet.
How do we get those numbers?
This is what we looked at surrounding communities, and this is what was workshopped with the planning board. It was just an idea.
I'm leery about telling somebody they can't have Old Glory flying at 25 feet from their house or anything else because we can't have a flagpole there. Most of these lots don't even allow for that, so you're telling them they can't have a flagpole at all. I don't have that problem, but this is not about me. But I'm trying to figure out. Man, I'm a leery about that. Larry, you have a thought?
I do. Sometimes you just have to protect neighbors from neighbors. And one of the things we were looking at is that what we didn't want somebody to have a flagpole right on the property line, the 20-foot flag that's clicking away in the middle of the night over the neighbor's yard. So we thought we'd come up with some standards for setbacks from the road and from the buildings and from the property line. So that way, it's not saying you can't put a flag up, but it's just saying do it in such a way that you're not impeding on your neighbor. And sometimes we know neighbors don't always get along, and there's some that, you have to do this sort of thing. So it's just one of those things to get, yeah.
Do we have a big influx of people complaining about flags other than the type of flag?
Well, this is a lot, if I could. This is a lot of these UDO items are really just being proactive. Instead of waiting for things to go wrong and us doing a knee-jerk reaction, is trying to stay ahead of the curve. And that's what we should be doing with all of these. So I don't know.
When you have specific numbers, then people with these non-conforming lots could be impacted by that and they can't do anything. So I'm leery about this one because one, there is no problem. So we're trying to protect. I understand that we could have some knucklehead that could do something. Okay, I understand that part. But
they can have a flagpole on their house. There are different ways to fly flags. Other than
I just look at this is going to be termed again an HOA. We're making the city an HOA because I don't like your flagpole. I'm totally against the idea. The board votes, they do what they want to do, but personally, I want to be on record to say I'm not for this one.
So next steps, essentially, our next steps, as you can see, this is not this presentation doesn't cover every text amendment that was brought forth in your packets. We saved you a lot of time in paper by not including Article 8, which is definitions. We did not include that into the presentation just because those land uses that are being removed, we're just going to take away those definitions for you.
And it doesn't address all the conflicts, does it?
The presentation?
This presentation doesn't address all the conflicts in the UDO.
It addresses all it does. Yeah.
It does?
Yes.
So there's a part of the UDO that says that if you have what's the word when there's no house on the lot, an unapproved lot, that the only two things you can do on that lot is make a 3-foot wide path. And if you hire a surveyor, you're allowed to clear off the line. And we have other ones that say that if you have grass on an unapproved lot, we're going to whack you for doing that. Or we have brush on the plot, but you can't touch anything. I can't move anything. Those two statutes are in conflict with each other.
Yes, sir. I apologize. When you asked your question, I was saying there's no, this presentation covers all the conflicts that's within the packet before you brought forth. There's still a massive amount of work to do to bring the UDO up to an appropriate place, such as that conflict that you highlighted there. This was just a combination of getting the ETJ removal and the city up to date,
Understood, sir. Understood.
and then a few ideas that was brought forth by the planning board.
So these were basically orphan uses that without the ETJ.
It is a really great way of putting
They
it, ma'am.
existed, but they didn't have a place to be.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So they could be anywhere. That's the problem, and that's why
Correct.
we're here tonight. One of the things, as we go back through this, one of the things that I would like the planning board to put on their list is to look at the manufactured home on single lot, the difference between the use standards and the definition, so that they're consistent, because they are not. But that was pre-existing, so this would be something to further look at. So if we click through, you're through with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have we asked for public comment yet?
No, we have not.
Let's do that.
Let's
and
do
then-
that. Is there anybody here who wants to speak in public comment on that topic?
Motion to open public comment.
Second.
I'm sorry, yes, I apologize. There's a motion to open a public comment. There's a motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Public comment is open.
Guess I'm up. As I mentioned earlier, thank you. Great discussion. I know it's like a planning board, planning, zoning, everything tonight. And I appreciate your time on it. You've got some really good questions. What we don't want to do is let perfect get in the way of good. So the nice thing is this is a working document, so we can go back to some of the questions that you had as well, and we can change subject to what we have with state law with downzoning, and that's still being worked on. But we have an arm's length worth of work to still do on a lot of these. Some of the questions that came up, it would really tell you why you really want to vote on this tonight, because there are some things in there that you have that somebody's going to have a gun to the city's head, and you don't have those protections. This will provide some protections along the way, such as the things that we're doing, the ETJ, items like that. So that's why I would hope that you would vote for it. If there's things that we need to change, we can always go back and change it, but let's not just, throw the baby out with the bathwater if we could.
Seemed to be
if
like
I
there's
could,
an
I'm
awful lot
sorry.
of conversation that took place and a lot of suggestions. Voting for something and we haven't incorporated any of those suggestions into it. If we have to have a special meeting, I don't care if it's tomorrow or the next day, to get all of this stuff. I'm still trying to figure out how did the ETJ removal impact flag poles, but we'll talk about that some other time.
Well, if I could on that, there's a lot of things that the ETJ removal didn't impact, but we're still looking at solar panels, we're looking at turbines, we're looking at all those sort of things. So the flagpole is just, that's minuscule compared to all the other things that could impact neighborhoods. So
I realize the flagpole is perhaps not as important to some people as others.
Yeah.
I'm listening to the rest of the board. They've put out a lot of stuff tonight.
Yeah.
And you've been taking big notes. If we pass something without incorporating those notes, I don't think we're doing the due diligence to this report. Mr. Ashley, I'm absolutely in favor of your idea that we have to move quickly. I'm not against that idea, but how do we incorporate some of the stuff?
Yeah, some of them truly are simple. It's as Alderman Kelly and
Could we make a motion to identify the ones we want to move tonight on and
Yeah,
eliminate all the others?
yeah, I can.
Like maybe that could, the most critical ones, we could
Well,
vote
'cause
on
you've
them
got-
tonight?
And some of them were really simple because it was removing things like tattoo parlors,
Right.
manufactured homes, vape shops, all to highway commercial. So it's really just taking them out of that one spot and moving. So those are really simple to do. So I don't see there's nothing really complicated tonight. with what's out there now. There were no definition conflicts or anything like that at all. So, but I
I
understand
guess
what
I
you're saying.
started the conversation thinking that this was going to be a really limited thing. These are the things that were left orphaned by the ETJ removal, and they were going to be changed to a certain location, which we have agreed to. But that's not what the document says. That all the comments that are in here haven't included those ideas yet. Did I miss it? Did I, when,
I don't see how a swimming pool fence got into this equation. It's like extra has been thrown into this package. We're trying to fill the gap, but I don't see where that comes into play with the ETJ and not the ETJ, the flagpole, but yet we're dealing with those things packaged in this idea that we're fixing orphan things.
Right. It's
But
part and parcel.
it's more than that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because you could, as I said earlier, you could spend 10 years changing this UDO with small bits and pieces. So when we're doing one, because of your time and how valuable it is, we said, well, we're doing the ETJ, let's look at some of these other items and let's put them before the board.
that was
vote
the
on 'em.
object.
Hmm?
That was the object of you turning them into us, so we
Right.
could rack and stack them,
Yep.
not so that you could slide it into an omnibus bill so that you get them passed this way. That's just not what we're doing here. It was a very simple idea, which was very valuable. Stay focused on what the issue was. The issue was the loss of the ETJ, and these functions had no place to live. And that should have been a 5-minute conversation.
But
But you decided pools and flagpoles and all this other stuff came in there because you wanted to get them in there and not go through this process where we, the decision makers, actually rack and stack them and ask you to start doing things. This is not the way that we should be running the
So
business.
could I speak?
Absolutely.
We started the work on all these other things before we even did the ETJ work. These other things have been going on since last March when we started the subcommittee. So the ETJ, we didn't even start talking about this until July, wasn't it? So no, we're not racking and stacking and just shoving things in. We've done this work ahead of time. We're being very proactive as a planning board. So we're not just trying to throw things in like some pickle barrel into the.
We have huge conflicts in the UDO. If I was going to add something to this discussion, it would be those conflicts, not the height of a pool fencing, which is basically, as I understand it, pretty much set by the state that's going to be 4 feet. I don't even
not
agree with the
changing
4 feet, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
The height is not in here. All they did was break apart the stuff about the pool.
Yeah.
The fence, it just says the fence. They're
Okay.
not dictating
Okay.
a change
Not at
in
all.
that.
Okay.
All this is the setback, trying to clarify. Because what's been happening is with pools, they've been measuring it from the water, and that started a long time ago. And the planning department's like, help us, because we don't want all that right up on the property line. So there's legitimacy, and they didn't change fencing, and that's just part of it. That's by state law.
Could we break this into 2 parts? Tonight, we deal with the things with the orphan uses that now we're giving a home to those that have no place because of the loss of the ETJ. The others, why don't we have before us at the next meeting? And we'll have an opportunity to look at all that again, or we have a special meeting. What does everybody think about that?
I'm in favor of breaking him off into the topic that we came here to do, and that is the ETJ issues.
The topic is UDO articles and zoning text amendments with ETJ and other articles. It was not just singly just the ETJ removals. It doesn't even say that in here. But I would tell you, if you don't act on some of these things tonight, what you've done now is you've put people on notice that there are things that they can do tomorrow because you haven't voted on it tonight. So
I think we can probably go one by one through these real quick tonight and say we're going to deal with it now or we're going to deal with it later. And perhaps with Wendell and Mo's guidance, we can make sure we get at least all the ones that were the orphan issues, but potentially the others as well, if we feel comfortable voting for those tonight. Does that work for?
There's a gentleman that's been trying to speak at public comment.
Sir, you have public comment?
Always entertaining, that's for sure. So, my name is Dickie Gephardt. I live at 611 North Lord Street, and I'm really here just to specifically talk about the swimming pools. I'm also a home builder, but I do live on a 33-foot wide lot, and I have it's part of the package, but I do have 3 children. My youngest is 13. We do not have a swimming pool, but one day we hope to at one point. And I really appreciate everything you guys do. I watch or attend every single Board of Aldermen meeting. I think the world of Wendell and Mo. They help me at the office, as well as Tori and everybody. So I'm just saying, I think this swimming pool issue is putting the cart before the horse right now. We just implemented the stormwater regulations, which went into effect on September 11th. I personally went in to try to get some information on September 17th. Wendell was great helping me. We tried to sit down with Tom Z, and the information is just not available yet. So we're trying to work through that. And I'm not saying that we don't need different setbacks. There's a difference between pervious and impervious, and we can't really identify that right now. But a wood deck is different than putting concrete up against the property line. I think it probably needs to be addressed, but I would like to see it tabled until we have more of a grasp on the stormwater. That's really all I wanted to say. So that's my opinion. Thank you so much.
Now, is there anybody else who wants to speak on this topic? Go ahead, Mark.
Motion to come out of closed session, public comment?
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're out of public comment by unanimous vote.
Additionally, before we get into it, I wanted to say that I would like us to retain the NAICS code numbers that they were removing. We've in the past, and I spoke with Mo about this earlier, they may need to update them, but that's something that they can do without us. But those code numbers identify the land uses, and sometimes that clarity helps in the administration of them. I've had that personal experience. I'd like to make a motion
Go ahead.
that we ask, first of all, that we ask Wendell to go through and identify those items that involve the orphan uses. Just shorthand for what the uses that don't have a zone because of the loss of the ETJ. And then after he does that, this is all a motion, that we vote on whether we want to do those.
Is there a second to that motion? There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say, well, we wait to the end. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you again. Okay, so when we lost the ETJ, we lost 12 or 3 zoning districts, and therefore orphaned 12 different land uses. This is a recount of what those land uses are. The first one is manufactured home on a single lot. As I had mentioned beforehand, the statute requires that we have a zoning designator for manufactured homes. We can't zone out manufactured homes.
And I just want, for clarity's sake, it's going to be in PUD and multifamily.
Correct.
Just want to make sure we're all, because we're going to be changing some of them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The second one also statute requires adult establishments, which would be zoned from heavy industrial to the highway commercial. And that would also, just so that everyone knows, would require a specific use standard, special use permits, and would have to go before the Board of Adjustments to be granted to be able to operate there. Number 3, garbage collection, privates, no landfills. We are not recommending this. Sorry, sir. Yep. So that was permitted by right in the heavy industrial zone.
And that is not a required use for us to have in the UDO somewhere.
That's correct, ma'am. The only 2 that were required were adult establishments and manufactured homes. 4, gas companies, liquid petroleum bottled and bulk storage. Again, another heavy industrial land use that we just don't have a home for and is not statutorily required. 5, general manufacturing is also permitted in the heavy industrial districts. And we are not requesting that it be reincorporated. Number 6.
Wendell, could you hold on just 1 second? Chief, when we're talking about storage of propane tanks that are filled with propane, I'm assuming there's a whole bunch of fire regulations, how far away they got to be from homes, and we were eliminating it, and we're allowed to do that. Okay, all right, sorry.
6, intensive manufacturing, we're also eliminating. It was also in the heavy industrial zoning district, and there's not a statute requirement for it. 7, motion picture production and distribution was both in the HI and the LI zoning districts. We are not requesting to be renewed. 8, salvage operations permitted by special use permits. And I want to say that was only permitted in the, heavy industrial zoning districts. 9, outdoor shooting range. So when you look at the UDO, outdoor shooting range is married to indoor shooting range. We've amended it to just say only indoor shooting range is permitted within the town, city, but outdoor, we just don't have the capacity for it. Yes, ma'am. Ten solar farms. We lost those when we lost the heavy industrial zoning district.
And you're eliminating that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. And I must have missed one.
Tattoo.
Tattoo piercing establishments, which we are requesting to come back, which I'm more than happy to explain why we are requesting that one. But
Well, we said highway commercial, limited to highway commercial.
yes, ma'am.
Is that it, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So Alderman Davis? Here, over here. Are you satisfied with that list of things? Since it's your motion?
Yes, I am.
All right.
So to clarify that my motion is that we eliminate these 12 uses for which there either were no homes or what we, how do I?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said, sir.
How many uses were not continued?
So of the 12, 9 were not continued. The ones that we are requesting to be continued are adults establishments, manufactured home on a single lots, and tattoo parlor.
Let's do those one at a time.
No, I think that the way to do this is that we move to accept the recommendation to the recommendation on what to do with these 12 orphan uses. Is that clear? Is that?
I would add the caveat
Appropriate.
that tattoo parlor is not going to be recommended for the business district. It has been made very clear that it will only want to be in the highway commercial. But other than that, yes, that's, everything else was as presented to you, I believe is what you guys are recommending for approval.
I also wanted to add the vape shops to the tattoo parlor situation.
Um, There's not a separate use for vape shops, and that's not one of the land uses that we came up. Now, we can totally add that to text amendments for the very near future. I think you'll get a lot of support on that. But of the 12 land uses, vape shop wasn't one of them.
So essentially, we're going to make a decision on whether we accept the recommended changes to deal with the 12 orphan uses. And that way we don't have to go through it one by one. I mean, some of these are eliminate, some of these are to move to a different zone. So we could go through them one by one and say yes or no, but I think for efficiency and time management, we could just take these 12 recommendations.
So is that your motion, ma'am? Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is we could make a motion to eliminate the 9, and you can just make that an easy one, and then we can identify the 3 in the zones they're in.
Alderman
And
Davis, would you
if we
accept
could-
that
if
as a
you could
friendly
do it as 2
amendment?
motions.
Yes, I accept that.
Okay. So we're splitting it into 2 motions here. Do we have a second to that idea?
Second.
Is there any discussion at this point on that concept? All right. So the first one, your first motion would be?
Do you want me to make it? Or you?
Why don't you make it?
Okay. The first motion would be to eliminate the 9 uses that were recommended for elimination.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any conversation?
There's got to be some sort of consistency.
Statement.
Yeah,
Read. Do I have to
I would just go on one of the pages that it's on. and
hang on?
Refer to both of them. I mean, just to keep it easy.
Thank you, sir, for catching that.
Is it okay that I just read the one that's 371, page 371 in the agenda, I guess? Okay. The City of Southport Board of Aldermen, after consideration of the Planning Board recommendation and all relevant portions of the adopted and the CRC Certified Land Use Plan, hereby adopt the proposed text amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance. The amendments are consistent with the city's 2014 CAMA Land Use Core Plan, adopted initially on November 13, 2014, and subsequently amended by the Board of Aldermen in 2020. More specifically, the proposed amendment is consistent with policy 7.22. The city shall continually maintain all official planning documents. Now, therefore, let it be resolved by the City of Southport Board of Aldermen that the foregoing statement having been submitted by a vote, by a motion and second receiving the following vote is duly this day. So that's good enough, Brady? Yeah.
So we have the motion, we have the second. This is for the elimination ones. Any other comment? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Ma'am, for the second one, please.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt realigning manufactured home on single lot to PUD and multifamily. Moving adult establishment to a highway commercial, and tattoo and body piercing to highway commercial.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we look at the other items presented here at another meeting.
I am concerned by what was said, you know, that the point that Larry made. So I just want us to know that it needs to be sooner rather than just another meeting.
The next meeting actually is November 3rd. It's a Monday. Do you want to do it there or do you want to do it after that? After that? Okay, then next meeting after that is,
No, you saying you're going to put it on that Monday agenda?
if that's the next meeting, is
Yeah,
that
I
soon
was
enough?
just thinking maybe we needed to have a sooner meeting. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if can they get it all together?
Now, do you have to re-advertise it?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all have to
I think that the comment that Dickie made about about the swimming pools and what kind of surface is around the swimming pool would make a difference for what that looks like also.
Well, I see, for me, I don't think it's impervious surface is the question. It's open space. Like you're having up against, conceivably, you're up against a property line with a use, for lack of a better way, or a structure, for lack of a better way to say it. So for me, that isn't the question. And it wasn't necessarily, Mo, that when I spoke with you earlier, it was more related to open space than it was impervious surface. Because the surface of a pool is pervious by state law.
There's a question as far as pools as well, as it ties into what our stormwater plan is going to be. So I think that needs to be considered as well.
I think we're proving that we need a special meeting to go through all this.
Yes, because we have, and Wendell, please correct me if I'm getting this wrong. Once we put the pool thing in there, it's almost by right as long as we meet the physical standards right there.
Correct.
Okay. And it's not taking into the pervious impervious, which is, we have several houses that right down here that you can't pour a glass of water on their property and expect it to sink into anywhere because the whole city allowed this to happen, in which the pervious, non-pervious was not a factor. So how we measure that as a secondary issue in this whole thing, I think is critical. We just spent a whole lot of time trying to figure out how we're going to do stormwater, and pushing the water onto somebody else's property I'm not sure that's the plan we had.
Agree. But right now, I think we're trying to figure out whether we want a special meeting or incorporate all this into the next meeting. I think we need a special meeting because this is like a Pandora's box.
Well,
We open it and questions fly
Well, I
out.
think if we plan it for our next Monday meeting, that will give enough time for questions that come up to be addressed. And then our Monday meetings lately have not been racked and stacked. So hopefully we will have an ability to go through all of that during a daytime when it's not already after 9 o'clock and we have significant agenda items to continue with.
So that would be November 3rd.
Correct. Absolutely, sir.
If there's anything you do tonight, do the drive-throughs in HC, because I will tell you, prior community I was in, we had houses backed up to the commercial, just like we have in the business district now. They were putting in a coffee shop so that people would hear orders at 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 creams, 2 sugars, and all that sort of stuff. The way these businesses are set up along there, you run into some difficulties. And as Alderman Kelly suggested, doing it in highway commercial only would really work very well. But I think if there's something that we really need to do tonight, that would be one of the most important things that I can believe just having been through that and watched what the people who lived behind it, what they were going through was just absolutely, you're ruining your quality of life. We certainly have a lot of work to do. There's no doubt. There's an arm's length, and we have the list that's gone before you. But yeah, swimming pools are important.
Did you say there were two that we should really do, or one?
No, just if I was going to do one tonight, I would say, my gosh, get the drive-throughs through so that they're in highway.
Is there a
commercial,
motion?
If you could.
I'll rescind my previous motion. I think that based on the planning board's recommendation, that makes a whole lot of sense. So
Thank
I
you.
move that we would restrict the drive-throughs to the highway commercial district and PUD, and I'll leave it at that. Do I need to?
Second.
And as referenced on the consistency statement, page 371.
Is that good enough, sir?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion made and there's a second. Is there any conversation about it? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously.
And then I'll ask the board to indulge me. I'd like to make a motion to do vape shops in the highway commercial district and have that similarly to the tattoo shops where it requires a Board of Adjustment hearing in order to have that use.
Can we do that? Because we didn't announce it.
No, you sending that to the planning board.
I'd like to send that to the planning board.
Right.
To the planning board.
And is there a second to that motion to move it to, okay. There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Robert?
No.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you. I'm sorry, I may have lost my train of thought here. Did we say that the rest of them would come on November 3rd? Okay. Is that it, sir?
It is. If there are other text amendments that you know that are conflicting that you would like for us to bring up, I ask that you get with our office and just so that we can go ahead and get those underway.
I think some of them are identified here, but if they're not, I have the hard copies of the submissions. So I'll get that to you ASAP, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Agenda item number, I'm sorry, agenda item number 4, the Old City Courthouse. Mr. Manager?
Yes, following our conversation on Monday about following our conversation on Monday, as you know, we moved the old City Hall courthouse to tonight. So I just want to highlight a few things with regards to that. So as has been discussed earlier in the evening, the design phase of the contract from schematic design and design development is estimated at $350,000, construction document phase at $237,000, permitting and bidding $42,000, construction administration and closeout $211,000, and other services $49,000. So that brings us to the $860,000+ for the architecture contract for HDR. So again, I want to point out this is a comprehensive approach. It's not just the design. It includes administration, construction, bidding, and administration, as well as the grant application and administration. So to highlight the potential financing options, should that be necessary without state appropriation, as I have included in your packet as a rough estimate. So HDR estimated potential costs from $6 to $8 million. That will be further defined after we get out of the design phase into the construction document phase and actually have current daily dollar amounts for the construction. But if we assume the highest amount of $8 million with what possible interest rates could be at that time at a 20-year interest total, we will be front end with several balloon payments in the first few fiscal years at $780,000 and trickling down throughout the years. So that's kind of a financing picture should we need that without grants or state appropriations. So A lot of this will be determinative on what the actual design and construction cost will be after the design phase, the legislature approving any funding we get and any grants we might receive throughout the process. So not an actual estimate of what the exact construction or financing cost would be, but just if we had to go that route. So a lot of things depends on the designs and actually having that in hand to be able to move forward with that. So that's kind of an overdraft for Monday. Happy to answer any questions on that.
I have a few questions. Under clarifications and assumptions, it says the scope of work excludes selective demolition services and investigations.
So if we had any kind of demolition work that needed to be done, that's what that would mean. So we do not need that. So that would not be included.
Okay. And then, because it said, and then I thought it was curious, the scope of work excludes programming, design, detailing, consideration of holding cells or the detaining of individuals within the building.
Right.
So
that's
they're not
more
plan
like
for that?
a jail. So we don't need that because we take them directly to
Okay.
Bolivia if we arrest somebody. So we don't need that. Certainly if a situation arises, the facility would be secured, but we don't have the need for a jail or a holding cell or anything like that.
And lastly, before we get into the discussion of the money, it says that it is understood that the city of Southport is not a certified local government, which will may impact opportunities for competitive grants. And what I just want to make sure everyone knows that has to do with historic preservation designation, a district. In order for us to be a certified local government, we have to have been a successful historic district, local historic district. So just want to throw that out there. And that's how we get grants, y'all.
Is there a motion? Or first of all, is there any questions to the manager?
Yes,
Okay.
I have some other questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I want to make sure I understood this, the way that the engineer, when I asked questions about being committed to $8 million, right? So my understanding was, based on what was said Monday, that if we vote to approve the 8-month design phase, let's say of whatever, then we can tap the brakes at that time and figure out the best way to move forward with the construction timeline. Because so that we don't, then we can figure out how we're going to finance, what we're going to do, what the other factors are, because we can't commit to that. Really, we need a budget. We need to go into the new year and consider all the different, because we have this much need and what we're committing and what we know we're postponing and giving up, kind of thing. So I just want to make sure that that is accurate, that tonight, if we vote on this, I am not voting for an $8 million building.
Yeah, absolutely.
To spend it.
So overall, the contract with HDR and the budget amendment is for that ultimate $860,000 for their contract. But what we're only bound to is really the schematic design phase of that $350,000. So when those come in a few months, that will be what we pay them out for that work. At that time, then we take that information to the finance companies and the LGC and say, here's what the actual cost is. What is our ultimate obligation going to be for finance? And so we're not binding ourselves to future obligations.
So that if we pump the brakes and it took us a year to decide to continue on, then we're okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because I want to point out that we have to have the drawings in order to get grants.
Frank? Other questions?
In public comment, a citizen questioned how we got $500,000 removed from the original estimate, or from the original contract request.
So a lot of that was furniture design and selection. So certainly we can do a lot of that in-house. So that's a good bit of that money, plus a landscaping plan. So we have a very capable public works department that can design us landscaping. So we don't need that. So just non-critical elements that were identified that we did not need, but it certainly does not harm the overall design phase or the construction and administration of that. So anything kind of extra that could be helpful, but we could also do in-house that we wouldn't need to pay for outside.
Not to mention the fact that it's a government contract, so they go, ooh, look, they have money. And if we don't try and negotiate it down, we're not doing a responsible thing for our taxpayers. So I think that going out and going through and cutting things that we didn't need that we can do in-house was a smart thing to do. But I think at the end of the day, people know when they're talking to government, they tend to inflate what it might actually cost because not everyone in government has ever negotiated anything before. So I applaud our City of Southport staff for doing that.
A prime example is tennis courts. That Frank and I have had multiple conversations about. If an HOA has the same tennis court, it's dramatically less because they know HOAs don't have any money. So I too applaud the staff for understanding that there was some fluff in this that was just added on. And we're doing much better on these contracts now. Is there a motion on this issue? Well, I would entertain a motion that we accept the recommendation and approve the expenditure.
So
I'll
move.
make that motion.
All right,
Then I'll
Robert, you
second
you
Robert.
have it, and Alderman Kelly has your second.
Just to be clear, the HDR contract and the underlying budget amendment.
Yes.
Robert, did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any, is the motion a second? Is there any conversation? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you. The next topic up is updates on the streetlight policy.
Thank you, sir. As we know, streetlights are an important part of the health and safety of our community and an important design element that contributes to the overall look of our community. Our policy utilizes dark skies fixtures, and so we're tonight going to be considering just a few amendments to the policy. If you'll look at the page 1 under coverage, we would be adding language there. This policy shall apply to all outdoor areas within the municipal limits of City of Southport. We took out ETJ. Part of what you're hearing is also a correction from ETJ conversation. And in conjunction with the phased implementation of the underground project, new fixtures / poles consistent with the streetlight policy will replace